morning, Kirk. Kurt. Good morning, GK.
The Energy and Commerce Committee will come to order. We're meeting today to consider 6 bills. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's market either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. But members participating remotely will need to unmute their microphone each time that you wish to speak. So please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeaker in the committee room and subject to be heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform. What was that?
I think somebody unmuted themselves.
Oh, they unmuted themselves. So additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or to offer an amendment. Now, during recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. In responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or no, that you respond with the phrase like Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes aye. And this will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. And since members are participating from different locations at today's markup, all recognition of members will be in the order of full committee seniority. During this markup, amendments will be sent to members electronically. Members participating in person should not bring paper copies of their amendments to the clerk's desk. If a member participating in person would like a paper copy of an amendment or bill, please alert staff during the consideration of the amendment or the bill. Amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Caroline Wood at the email addresses we provided to staff. So I'm now going to recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening statement. We'll have opening statements, 3 minutes from the full committee chairs and ranking member and the health subcommittee. These are all health bills. So the subcommittee ranking member and chair on health, and then any other member can have an opening statement for 1 minute if they desire. So I'll start with myself for 3 minutes and say that, as I said, we're marking up 6 bipartisan health bills, including legislation to reauthorize and improve programs at the FDA, address the mental health and substance use disorder crisis, and establish President Biden's ARPA-H initiative. We will begin today by taking up the Food and Drug Amendments of 2022. This is comprehensive bipartisan legislation to reauthorize FDA's user fee program and improve FDA's review of drugs, biologics, and medical devices. The bill will also reduce drug costs, improve program integrity and oversight in the accelerated approval program, and improve diverse representation in clinical studies. With the ongoing infant formula shortage, I'm pleased the amendment in the nature of a substitute will extend an authority first provided in the 21st Century Cures Act that will allow FDA to retain top scientists and high-level professionals, not just for its drug, biologic, and medical device centers, but also the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition and other product areas regulated by the agency. While we certainly have more work to do in this area, including this provision today will improve the agency's oversight of these products, including infant formula, and help avoid tragedies that led to the death of 2 infants due to contaminated formula. Now, this bill has been crafted with consensus in mind from the start, as it is critical we pass this on time before FDA funding runs out. We don't want them sending out the pink slips. Next, after the FDA user fee bill, we'll turn to the consideration of the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, which I introduced with Ranking Member Rogers. This is a comprehensive bipartisan package that includes provisions from members of the committee on both sides of the aisle. It reauthorizes more than 30 programs that aim to help Americans in need, providing access to critical mental health and substance use disorder support and care. We'll consider 2 amendments to the mental health package that represents months of bipartisan negotiation on 2 important bills, the MAT Act and the MAID Act. And together, these policies will increase access to medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder and substance use disorder treatment, as well as help address some of the stigma associated with addiction. And I'm glad that we were able to work together between our subcommittee markup and today's markup on these 2 amendments, and I'm hopeful they'll be included in our mental health package as it advances out of committee. We'll also consider another amendment that will help strengthen mental health parity by providing funding to states to implement and enforce parity. This is critical in eliminating disparities in insurance coverage and treatment. And I must say that this committee has worked for years to try to address this parity issue, and we constantly have to, look back and see what else needs to be done. So this is what we feel needs to be done. The committee will also vote on 3 bipartisan bills and the Bipartisan Advanced Research Project Agency Health Act, or ARPA-H, led by Chairwoman Eshoo. And this bill will create an independent ARPA-H that accelerates biomedical innovation and makes transformative breakthroughs in the most challenging diseases. So I look forward to advancing all 6 of the bipartisan bills, and I really thank wholeheartedly our ranking member Rogers for her shared commitment to making this bipartisan markup possible. Thank you, and I will yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Health Subcommittee Chair Eshoo, and Subcommittee Republican Leader Guthrie for your leadership on these solutions today. In the FDA Act, we are taking action to lower healthcare costs, spur more innovation, secure our supply chains, and provide hope to patients who believe in the promise of America, innovation for new cures, breakthrough drugs, and access to treatments. For them, we are committed to delivering the user fee agreements on time. In addition, we are advancing the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act. This is the first major effort to address the mental health crisis that has been caused by government-driven lockdowns and school closures during the pandemic. Like many other communities, Spokane, Washington is recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month and the worsening mental health challenges we now face. Children especially are more stressed, anxious, and depressed than ever. Our message to them is that they matter. Our solutions will help communities make a difference in people's lives, to turn despair into hope. This package includes reauthorizing programs like the Garrett Lee Smith Memorial Act for youth suicide prevention and programs to help people with severe mental illness. It also helps moms by supporting care for maternal health and substance use disorders, which are among the leading causes of death for pregnant and postpartum women. Our goal is to help save lives and support women at every stage of pregnancy and beyond. I want to personally thank Chairman Pallone wholeheartedly for helping lead this package, which includes provisions by members on both sides of the aisle, and I'm grateful for your leadership on mental health and your commitment to working with me. As we move forward, there are improvements we're still working on, and I greatly appreciate the Chairman's willingness to do so before the floor vote. Finally, regarding ARPA-H, because Congress already appropriated money for this, now is the time for us to provide guardrails for the agency to be a success. After extensive negotiations with the majority, the amendment today will put ARPA-H on the right path with a targeted mission, increased accountability and transparency, and a laser focus on promoting American innovators. Overall, we have a lot of meaningful bipartisan bills before us. This is the rich history of our committee to find solutions on the most pressing issues before us as a nation. Again, a big thank you to Chairman Pallone, the committee members, and all of our committee staff who have worked tirelessly, especially over the last few weeks, to get us to this place today. Let's keep building on this on behalf of those that we serve. I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Rogers. And I want to now recognize Ms. Eshoo, Chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Health, for 3 minutes. And obviously much of what we're doing today comes from both her and the Ranking Member Guthrie. So thank you, and I yield to the Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, our committee marks up, as has been stated, 6 bipartisan bills. First, the Food and Drug Amendments of 2022, sponsored by myself and ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Guthrie. It includes user fee agreements for both drugs and medical devices. It also includes rider legislation to speed the discovery of more cures, improve patient representation in clinical trials, and enhance the FDA's ability to fulfill their vital mission of ensuring the safety, efficacy, and quality of America's drugs and medical devices. The next bill is the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act by Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. This legislation reauthorizes more than 30 important programs from SAMHSA to HRSA to supply more resources and support for mental health care and substance use disorder across the country. We'll also mark up the Kids Care Act from Representatives Hudson and Custer to improve mental health screening for at-risk youths in the criminal justice system and in schools under the Medicaid programs. I obviously support these bipartisan mental health bills, but I want to caution that our work to address the mental health crisis in our country is not done yet because we do not have a comprehensive plan for children and adolescents. Today, we're moving forward ARPA-H. This bipartisan bill has been a top legislative priority of mine, as everyone knows, and would establish the Advanced Research Projects Agency of Health as an independent agency within HHS. I thank the chairman of the full committee, and I thank the Republican leader, Rogers, for working with me on today's amendment in the nature of a substitute to ensure that the legislation creates a responsible ARPA-H with strict deliverables and clear lanes of authority to avoid duplication in our research programs. Finally, we're marking up two important bills focused on medical research. And I would just close on this note that this markup is the culmination of months of work by committee members. I think that together we've crafted a set of bills that are worthy of the American people. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo, and I now would recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Guthrie, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we're considering 6 pieces of legislation that passed the Health Subcommittee last week. 2 of these bills address crucial parts of our healthcare system and are designed to help address access to life-saving health care services for those in need. First, H.R. 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, introduced by the leaders of this committee, would reauthorize key federal programs that promote access to to behavioral health care and comprehensive services for those seeking help overcoming substance use disorder. We saw throughout the pandemic just how important access to these services can be, especially in-person counseling service and other wraparound services for those with mental illness or substance use disorder. Onerous COVID-19 lockdowns created roadblocks for hundreds and thousands of Americans to access these life-saving services overnight. We saw the highest number of recorded overdose deaths in a single calendar year in 2021. Most of these deaths could be attributed to synthetic opioids, including fentanyl analogs, and are being trafficked in the United States through our southwest border. So we need to permanently act now to permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances and get these poisons off our streets. The Halt Fentanyl Act, championed by Mr. Ladden Griffith, would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances, Schedule I drugs. Too bad we're not having that today, but we can act on policies like the Halt Fentanyl Act whilst also promoting ideas that help individuals with a substance use disorder gain access to comprehensive treatment and recovery services. I'm proud that legislation like my bill, the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Support Services Block Grant Act of 2022 was included. This would reauthorize critical programming designed to help states address the unique needs of their communities with substance use disorder. I want to thank Representatives Tonko for leading on this bill, as well as Representative McKinley for his support in this important bill. We're also voting to reauthorize the FDA user fee agreements that this committee and ultimately the entire House and Senate are charged with reauthorizing every 5 years. It is critically important that Congress conduct oversight and ultimately allows the FDA to collect fees from the industry in exchange for timely review of drug and device applications, which in turn helps patients access new medical products as quickly and safely as possible. The FDA Act of 2022, which passed the House Subcommittee unanimously last week, will preserve access to life-saving therapies, incentivize innovation, and secure our medical supply chains. Urge my colleagues to support these bills, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Now, do any other members want to give an opening statement for a minute? Yes, Mr. Doyle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring up an important issue that while we're not focused on today, I hope we can make progress on passing this Congress, and that is H.R. 3932, the Pasteur Act. This bipartisan legislation ensures that new antibiotics are developed as antibiotic-resistant infections rise. Drug-resistant infections already kill more people than HIV or malaria each year, including over 35,000 Americans, with a cost of $21 to $34 billion to the U.S. healthcare system. Despite this, few new antibiotic drugs are coming to market. The way the pharmaceutical market is structured discourages research and development because of the small profit margin on antibiotics. In fact, many pharmaceutical companies have halted their antibiotic divisions altogether. The Pasteur Act would establish a subscription-style model offering antibiotic developers an upfront payment in exchange for access to their antibiotics. Public health experts and pharmaceutical industry agree that we need to make these investments today to prevent future crisis. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and all of my colleagues to ensure that the Pasteur Act is passed this session. I yield back.
Thank you, and I agree this is important, and, we'll work on it. Thank you. On the Republican side, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to take a moment to express my support and gratitude to the members and staff who've dedicated time to working on bills that are included in today's markup. This is one of the most important things we do every 5 years and reauthorize the Food and Drug Administration. I will say that I'm a little concerned about some bills that seem to have been added to the markup that we really haven't had time for adequate discussion. Look, I pointed out the other day, President Trump declared a public health emergency for opiate deaths. This committee responded with a support act, and we actually saw overdose deaths tick down briefly in 2019. Then came the pandemic, and today we have a much bigger problem. The problem is fentanyl, and the rise of overdose deaths, it's fueling a large part of the mental health problem in this country. In addition, fentanyl and opiate use disorder, it's a multifaceted and complex condition. Individuals with this have multiple other difficult health issues and have behavioral conditions that make it difficult for providers to manage. I've personal experience in dealing with these individuals, and it can be sad and stressful for both the patient, their family, and the provider. So we should be developing a more personalized care plan for individuals struggling with this. I plan to support several of the packages, but I am concerned about the addition of some of the provisions that I don't think give adequate representation of the seriousness of this problem. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. On the Democratic side, anyone? Mr. Peters, gentleman from Vermont, is recognized for 1 minute. Oh, Scott. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Peters from San Diego is recognized for 1 minute. He's on remote.
He's on remote, he's in front of the camera.
Mr. Peters?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you for holding the markup today. I think we're going to do some terrific work here toward bipartisan consensus on these critical pieces of legislation to strengthen the FDA, support medical innovation, and address the behavioral health crisis. And I just want to amplify my colleagues' ongoing conversations around the Clarifying Remanufacturing to Protect Patient Safety Act. And I know we can't do everything today, but this would be a very important thing to get at, because medical device remanufacturing, if it's not handled right, can reduce patient safety, including resulting in patient death. So I'm committed to work with you, Mr. Chairman, to solve this problem. Look forward to our work today, and hope we can also get to this year. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will work together. On the Republican side, anybody want to give an opening statement? Anybody remotely? No. No? All right. And how about on the Democratic side? Said no? All right, anybody else remotely or otherwise? All right. Oh, wow, we're going to move fast here. Okay. That concludes opening statements. Pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address that we provided. So we're going to go to the FDA user fee. We'll begin consideration. The chair calls up H.R. 7667, the Food and Drug Amendments of 2022, is forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 7667 to amend the federal food.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Well, I guess we could start. Are there any members who seek recognition to speak on the underlying bill before we get to amendments? Okay, no?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Latta.
strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks very much for holding today's hearing. Let me just say that I'm concerned that over the past few years, while the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation Research, or CDER, has announced a draft guidance titled Innovative Approaches for Non-Prescription Drug Products, no further action was taken to date. Potential changes were first described back in 2012. While some progress has been made, we are years later still waiting for a rule. Without this rule, consumers will further be denied the cost savings from RX to the OTC switches and convenience of the availability of these medicines over the counter. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the underlying bill? Otherwise, we're going to move to, yes, the ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and
Gentlewoman recognized.
I'll be brief with my remarks today, but I would again like to thank Chairman or Chairwoman Eshoo, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Guthrie, all of my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for working to get this critically important legislative package before the full committee today. Over the last year, this committee has carried out our tradition of reauthorizing these FDA user fee programs on time and with bipartisan support. I'd like to recognize FDA and the industry's roles in delivering the agreements and the commitment letters to Congress, and for your continued engagement as our committee considered your proposals. The package before us today reflects the same patient-centered and pro-innovation proposals we unanimously forwarded out of the subcommittee last week, as well as several policies we've continued to work together on in preparation for today's full committee markup. The provisions included in this package will promote the use of novel drug manufacturing technologies, address shortfalls in FDA's drug inspections program, and facilitate the use of decentralized clinical trials. These enhancements will ensure Americans are able to have timely and dependable access to future cures, essential medicines, and cutting-edge health technologies. Other bipartisan provisions included in this package will incentivize domestic manufacturing and secure our supply chains. As parents across the country face dangerous shortfalls of infant formula, we have a renewed responsibility to the American people to ensure our public health agencies are responding effectively to disruptions in our medical and nutritional supply chains. The FDA Act may be a timely opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to meaningfully addressing failures of our federal scientific agencies and their program integrity and oversight responsibilities. Trust needs to be rebuilt in public health, and my hope is reauthorizing these user fee programs will be a step in that direction. I look forward to considering the bills before us today alongside my colleagues and advancing these critical pieces of legislation to the floor. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I thank the ranking member. Oh, Mr. O'Halloran would like to strike the last word, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I briefly thank the
Remote.
chairman and ranking member for continuing to work in a bipartisan manner to move important health-related legislation, the FDA user fee legislative package that we will be considering today. The authorizations that we will be considering today make significant investments in modernizing the FDA. Support for patients by lowering costs and improving a path for innovators and address long-standing staffing shortages. I also want to thank my colleague from Arizona, Congresswoman Lesko, for work with me on reauthorizing the critical path public-private chips program through fiscal year 2027. This will allow the FDA to continue its public-private partnerships with universities and nonprofit organizations. We have one based out of Tucson and has been integral in helping
to work with the regulators, with industry to accelerate the development of medical products. This is an excellent example of how government can partner with the private sector to improve and assess critical drugs and medical devices and accelerate the development of life-saving treatments while promoting important safety and efficiency standards. One last item I'd like to finally speak to and highlight. I have been working on language to the predetermined change controls plans. As medical devices have become more advanced, I believe that this will be important to the future of streamlining FDA resources and ensure that the devices are safe and effective as possible. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. I like that picture of what looks like the Grand Canyon in the back there.
Mr. Chairman, that is the Grand Canyon.
It is? Okay. On the Republican side, is there any? Dr. Joyce is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I wish to strike the last word.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to briefly touch on 3 issues within the user fee bill and urge adoption of this agreement by the full committee. First, I would like to thank Representative Matsui and Representative Griffith for working with me to introduce H.R. 7649, which will require the FDA to open a public docket on what factors should be taken into consideration when they review proposed changes to a third-party vendor aiding in the implementation of an existing risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or REMS, for a particular drug. This is specifically important to address the issues of vendor switches, because in the past, we have seen instances where patient data does not transfer from vendor to vendor, creating a myriad of problems for both the doctor and the patient. While we are very pleased to see this specific bill included in this agreement, this is only a first step in addressing problems many of us have heard with the REMS process and making sure that patient and provider input is heard so that the continued access to medications will not be interrupted. And second, I would like to thank committee leadership for including H.R. 6988, the Drug Manufacturing Innovation Act, which builds on the FDA's Emerging Technology Program, which seeks to speed the approval of drugs made using novel manufacturing technologies by providing more regulatory certainty for drug sponsors. The use of these new technologies will ultimately lower costs for patients and address future supply chain issues. I would also like to thank Rep. Levin for working with me on this issue. And then finally, I would like to touch on the issue of remanufacturing of medical devices. And I would like to echo comments made by my colleagues, Representative Peters, Dr. Schreiers, regarding the remanufacturing of complex medical devices. I want to be clear that this is an issue of patient safety, and I want to distinctly state that this legislation is not designed to target routine servicing and maintenance, and we remain open to working with my colleagues to reach consensus on language that achieves both of these important goals. Again, we are only seeking to define remanufacturing where devices are being fundamentally altered, resulting in adverse patient outcomes. I look forward to continuing our work on this matter, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. So on our side, we have Doyle, Tonko, Schakowsky, Custer. So what's the order? Start with Doyle. Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I think we can all agree on the importance of our committee approving the FDA user fee programs today to ensure the safety and efficacy of prescription drugs and medical devices that Americans rely on. I want to express my support for Section 701 of the bill. This section would advance FDA medical and pharmaceutical testing by allowing for alternative methods to be used when appropriate. We should take advantage of any advancements in research technologies that can avoid unnecessary harm to animals. I look forward to passing this bill out of the committee today and ensuring that we are developing the best pharmaceuticals in the world in the most humane way possible. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Do we have a Republican member who wants to speak on the underlying bill? All right. No. All right, so Ms. Schakowsky is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
So I'm grateful to the chairman and ranking member to see provisions included in this bill to improve FDA and its program and its programs, including work to improve the treatment of rare diseases and conditions. This week I met with ALS. ALS advocates who continue to face barriers to treatment and cures, even though there are drugs that have shown they are both safe and effective. Act for ALS was an enormous and hope-giving first step. However, the legislation that we passed. However, the FDA has yet to use their 2019 guideline for regulating what does that say? I'm sorry, for regulatory flexibility in the case of ALS treatment. I urge the FDA to use the 2019 guidelines and to move forward on ALS treatment, treatments that have made their safety and efficacy available. So I am also very grateful to see improvements in the accelerated approval program, particularly around post-approval studies and programs and program integrity action. I'm sorry, my reading is bad, but program integrity for accelerated approval of drugs. I urge my colleagues to consider further strengthening the program, the program with a modest proposal to require that all drugs or biologics considered for accelerated approval first be evaluated by external expert advisory committees. We know that recent research published by Health Affairs indicated that advisory committees, committee meeting users, advisory committee meeting used by the FDA are now in the decline. That is dangerous. In 2010, 50% of drug approvals went through an advisory committee. As of 2021, only 6% of drug approvals benefited from such careful pre-marketing review. Again, we must ensure that drugs and treatments are not only available fast, but safe and effective. And I think the committee, and I thank the committee for their work on this, but I think that we have to see that these advisory committees are considered in more cases. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. The Republican side? No. I'm just going to go back to seniority. I know some people had their hands up earlier, but we'll just do it based on seniority. So next is Ms. DeGette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if there's one thing we've learned as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's the importance of having accurate and reliable diagnostic testing. Every day, healthcare providers and patients across this country use and rely on diagnostic tests to make important and sometimes difficult decisions about their health. The accuracy and reliability of these tests can literally mean the difference between life and death for some patients. For years, public health officials have been calling for greater oversight of these important tools to ensure that patients and healthcare providers are relying on as accurate as possible. And so for nearly a decade, Representative Bouchon and I have been working together on legislation to do exactly that. The VALID Act, which we introduced last summer with Senators Bennett and Burr, would establish a framework at FDA to regulate diagnostic tests, and it would give FDA the tools necessary to help ensure that these tests are both safe and effective. We were pleased to see the Senate take action to include the VALID Act as part of the FDA user fee reauthorization package. And yesterday, we were pleased to see that Senator Burr and Senator Murray have expressed their strong support for the VALID Act as part of the user fee package, and also their commitment to keeping it in. And so even though we thought about doing it as an amendment to this bill, but we would prefer to really work with our staff and with you, Mr. Chairman, as this VALID Act moves through the Senate process to make sure as we move forward that we put this important regulation of diagnostic testing into the bill. I've got 3 minutes left. I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Bouchon.
I'm going to speak on the Ains a little later. So.
Okay. Then I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Whenever the Senate takes action on anything, we have to take notice because
you are so right.
It's very difficult for them to take action. Anyone on the Republican side? We'll go next to Ms. Matsui is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to quickly express my support for Section 809 of the underlying bill, establishing a public docket on proposed changes to third-party vendors for the REMS program. This provision would create a critical opportunity for stakeholders to provide the FDA with important feedback on what to consider when making changes to platforms that implement and manage risk evaluation and mitigation strategies, REMS. We must address the lack of communication in oversight of the REMS process. By working together with providers and pharmacies who operate REMS platforms, FDA can protect against potential disruptions in patient access and delays in care. Since I first raised these REMS issues with the FDA at our hearing in February, I appreciate the efforts of my colleague, Representative Joyce, in our work together towards a meaningful solution. I also thank the committee for working towards a compromise that could be included in today's markup. I think the opportunities established in this section will be valuable, and I hope the comment period can be implemented quickly to improve the REMS modification process as it relates to third-party vendors. That said, I view the agreement we got to today on REMS modifications as just the starting point. We have more work to do to fully address stakeholder concerns, particularly around managing data and ensuring that providers can continue to access the information they need to support patient care. I look forward to continuing these discussions and our work to improve the REMS process. And thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Matsui. Next, we go to
cases. In particular, I'd like to highlight Section 703 of this legislation, which is based on the HART Act that I introduced earlier this year with my good friend and colleague, Representative David McKinley. The idea for this legislation was brought to us by a constituent, Melissa Guess, who is the co-founder of the FCS Foundation and a parent of a child with familial chylomicronemia syndrome. The HART Act aims to improve the FDA review process for treatments for rare and ultra-rare diseases. by shining a light on current FDA review practices when it comes to treatment for rare diseases and ensuring that the patient voice is heard when the FDA makes its decisions about patient safety. The legislation will also ensure that the FDA can maintain lists of experts in small population studies who can then consult with on rare disease issues. These experts are critical as many rare disease treatments involve extremely small clinical trials, which can be difficult for regulators used to bigger drugs to assess. I'd like to thank the FCS Foundation and the Haystack Project in particular for its advocacy on this bill and reiterate my commitment to getting this done in a meaningful way. While I'm pleased that we're making progress on this issue today with the provisions included in H.R. 7667, I'm hopeful we can continue to strengthen the HART Act provisions to amplify the patient voice as we move forward in conversations with our Senate partners. Additionally, as we're discussing FDA regulation, I'd like to bring up the issue of cosmetic animal testing, which I've been concerned about for many years. Today, cosmetic animal testing no longer represents the best possible science for protecting consumer safety, nor is it often necessary. The Humane Cosmetics Act, led by a bipartisan group of members, including Congress members Beyer, Buchanan, Calvert, and myself, prohibits the production and sale of cosmetics that have been newly tested on animals in the U.S. It has been carefully developed to ensure that any exceptions necessary for safety are allowed and has strong corporate support, including from the Personal Care Products Council, which represents some 90% of the U.S. cosmetic industry. It is also consistent with FDA's public statements supporting replacement of animal tests with new non-animal methods. Our legislation would bring the federal government in line with 8 states and 41 countries that have passed laws to end or limit cosmetic animal testing, and would be a great opportunity to update animal testing practices while ensuring consumer safety. So, Mr. Chair, reducing the use of animal testing is a priority for me. And I would ask if you would be willing to continue to work with me on the important issue on reducing the use of animal testing in cosmetics.
Yes, certainly will. And again, taking notice of rare action by the Senate, they've included cosmetics, from what I understand, in their bill is similar to us. So,
well, that's good news. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your commitment on this. And I know you're a longtime advocate for animal welfare, for some of the work that we've done together on horse racing and other issues. So I look forward to working with you on this. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
thank you, Mr. Tonko. Next, we go to Ms. Custer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I'm pleased to see this committee come together across party lines to advance comprehensive legislation to ensure that the Food and Drug Administration has the resources it needs to ensure the safety and efficacy of drugs and medical devices. The Food and Drug Amendments Act also includes my legislation in Section 601 to lower drug costs for Granite Staters and folks all across this country by removing barriers in generic drug approvals. My bill, the Increasing Transparency in Generic Drug Applications Act, introduced with Dr. Schreier, will bring lower-cost drugs to market faster and boost competition so that Americans will pay less for their prescriptions at the pharmacy counter. Families should have lower-cost alternatives to life-saving medication so that they don't have to make the impossible decision between paying the rent or getting the medicine they need. I thank the chairman, Mr. Pallone, and chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshoo, and our staff for working to include these critical bills that will expand access to lower-cost prescription medication, as well as the other bills in this package on mental health and substance use disorder treatment. I look forward to advancing these proposals today, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. And next, we go to the Vice Chair of the full committee, Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to strike the last word. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers. Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo and Ranking Member Guthrie for your leadership in the effort to diversify clinical trials. A review of FDA data from 2020 shows that Black individuals are severely underrepresented in clinical trial data, even when the disease burden is high. For example, the death rate for Black men with prostate cancer is twice as high as for white men, yet the clinical trial representation of Black men in FDA-approved drug targeting prostate cancer was only 2 to 5%. The lack of adequate representation of Black populations in clinical trial research means the science we rely on for medical treatment of diseases has not been fully vetted across diverse populations. That is why I'm thrilled that provisions from the DEPICT Act, which I co-led with my colleague Chairwoman Eshoo and Representative Fitzpatrick, have been included in Food and Drug Amendments of 2022. These provisions would require FDA applicants to establish specific enrollment targets based on race, ethnicity, age, and sex, and to develop diversity action plans. This would ensure that diverse populations are represented in clinical trial research so that these communities can trust that new innovative therapies are safe and effective. I look forward to continuing to work with my committee and my colleagues in a bipartisan matter on this important issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas had his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. There are a lot of good things in this bill. I'm especially excited to see provisions that will support the development of biosimilars and generics, as well as language to improve clinical trial diversity. But as we deliberate this user fee bill and discuss the future of biomedical innovation, I want to also urge my colleagues to support efforts to move away from a reliance on animal testing. One area that I believe we have the ability to transition away from animal testing is in the cosmetics market. Our status quo vetting cosmetic products is inhumane and that's unnecessary to ensure consumer safety. Animals are subject to harsh treatment when undergoing these types of tests. They're smeared with or otherwise forced to ingest potentially dangerous chemicals and oftentimes are put down at the conclusion of the process. What's worse is that this cruel type of treatment does not even provide reliable results that will ensure human safety. There are viable alternatives to forcing animals to undergo these types of trials that will also yield more relevant results for people. Even the FDA has expressed an interest in, quote, reducing the need for animal testing, end quote, calling it a, quote, top priority. For these reasons, I want to voice my support for legislation such as the Humane Cosmetics Act, which I'm proud to support. Mr. Chairman, I hope we can work together on this issue for the sake of animals and to help people like our constituents that we're trying to do the best job we can for. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Do we have Mr. Ruiz has his hand up. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. Thank you for holding this important markup today. I'll keep my remarks brief because I know we have a lot to go through, but I would be remiss if I didn't once again raise the issue of the importance of diverse representation in clinical trials. I'm thrilled that so many members of this committee are committed to addressing the current disparity that exists in our clinical trial system. As we know, gender, race, ethnicity, age, and lifestyle play an important role in how our bodies respond to medications, diagnostics, or medical technology. It is therefore imperative that a wide array of individuals are included when we are studying the safety and efficacy of new therapies. If we want to address health equity, we must address this issue. My bill, the Diverse Trials Act, will help do just that. One of the barriers that potential trial participants face is that they might not have access to or the ability to travel to a clinical site. We can help reduce that barrier by increasing the ability for patients to participate remotely, which is why my bill calls on the FDA to issue further guidance on decentralized clinical trials. I thank Chairman Pallone for including that policy in the FDA bill that is being marked up today. I also look forward to continuing to work with the committee to advance the rest of the bill, which give trial sponsors statutory authority to pay for some of the ancillary costs of trial participation, such as transportation, lodging, and meals. This part is key to making sure that these trials are not exclusively accessible to people with means. I would also like to thank my friend Dr. Bouchon for working with me on this important piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Anyone else who wants to? make a statement on the underlying bill? Hearing none, we'll go to amendments. I understand Mr. Guthrie has
Chair,
an
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay. I recognize, well, I think the clerk has to report the amendment, so.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print of H.R. 7667.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak in support of the amendment. User fees allow Food and Drug Administration to collect fees from industry in exchange for timely review of their drug or device applications. This was originally authorized by Congress in the early 1990s to address lengthy drug review times at the Food and Drug Administration for prescription medications. Today, the agreement.
I have any ability to deal with that, so you just.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have the Michigan marching band out in the hall. They're going to come in next.
Yeah, people online probably realize something's pounding under us right now, isn't it? Anyway, so I'll get back to it. So I don't know how to answer the Michigan fight song. I gotta come up with, I'm not as quick as Billy Long. Oh, hell to all Michigan. Every 5 years, Congress has a unique ability to reauthorize these critical user fee programs. This process represents an important opportunity for Congress, and specifically members of this committee, to build on past successes, conduct appropriate oversight over previously authorized agreements, improve FDA programming, and establish new policies that will help promote access to new life-saving therapies and medications. The fees paid to the FDA by industry can be used for hiring personnel to oversee timely drug reviews and approvals or to establish new programming aimed to address emergent marketplace innovations. Importantly, these fees not only permit the FDA to carry out drug or device application reviews, but also represent significant percentages of the FDA's total operating budget without requiring significant taxpayer funding. In fact, these agreements may yield a significant return on investment. They have yielded a significant return on investment since they were originally authorized. Most of the world's innovative drug and device approvals originate in the United States as a result of these agreements. In 2021, 30 out of 50 of the world's novel drugs that were first approved in the United States. This was made possible by the FDA amendments of 2017. This was most recently reauthorized user fee agreements, which passed the House under suspension of the rules and passed the Senate by a vote of 94-1. H.R. 7667, the FDA Act, which unanimously passed the Health Subcommittee last week by a vote of 30-0, would protect access to life-saving cures, promote innovation, secure our medical supply chains, and lower costs for patients. I'm proud to say the legislation includes my bill, the Information Exchange Act. It includes provide guidance on the collection of real-world evidence for companies with products authorized under emergency use authorizations during the COVID-19 public health emergency. The FDA Act also incentivizes investment in advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing technologies that can build a more resilient and secure medical supply chain. And finally, the FDA Act of 2022 preserves access to life-saving therapies approved under the accelerated approval pathway, which I know has been an important priority of Ranking Member Rogers through this process. By preserving this pathway, we're giving patients hope to one day find cures in curable diseases such as Alzheimer's disease or terminal cancers, as we heard Ms. Schakowsky this morning talk about ALS. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, so we're going to have members now speak on the AINS, starting with Chairwoman Eshoo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Chairwoman's
Speak on the
recognized.
amendment in the nature of substitute to the bill. I'm proud, along with Representatives Guthrie, you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, to sponsor this strong bipartisan FDA user fee bill. With today's markup, we're on track to pass this bill through the House with plenty of time before the September 30th user fee deadline. The user fee agreements included in the bill in total is going to provide the FDA with billions, that's with a B, dollars over the next 5 years, allowing the FDA to hire hundreds of new full-time employees. Beyond the user fee agreements, the bill also includes several important legislative riders. Key portions of my DEPICT Act, which I introduced with Representatives Kelly and Fitzpatrick. Earlier this week, the National Academies released a report that found the lack of equitable representations in clinical trials compounds health disparities and will cost the United States hundreds of billions of dollars due to sickness and loss of productivity. So we're on the mark by passing legislation that addresses this problem, and the National Academies recommended a policy very similar to the DEPICT Act. That act, which is included in the bill, would statutorily require drug companies to show how they will include diverse populations in their clinical trials by reporting to FDA a diversity action plan with targets by demographic subgroups. These diverse clinical trials are not only fair and really desperately needed, it's also good science. 7667 also includes important reforms to the FDA's inspections program based on bills introduced by Representative Griffith and Welch, as well as by myself and Representative Hudson, and I thank him for all the work that he's done. These provisions are going to help the FDA catch up from a 2-year inspection backlog due to the pandemic and conduct a pilot program of unannounced foreign inspections, something that I've called for and other members have as well. Today's amendment also includes an important policy to improve the FDA's ability to hire and retain highly qualified staff, including for the regulation of food. This authority is clearly needed after we've seen FDA's challenges in its food and infant formula division. So overall, I think I'm preaching to the choir, but it's worth restating. This is a strong bill with many worthy reforms, and I encourage every member of the full committee to vote to move it forward to the full House. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Dr. Bouchon was recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak on the Ains.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the chair and ranking member for working with me on a clarification in this Ains surrounding the implementation of the new accelerated approval provisions in this FDA user fee reauthorization package. This clarity will ensure sponsors of pending applications won't have to worry about the FDA changing the rules of their application in the middle of the game. The accelerated approval pathway is key to innovation and making sure innovators have certainty in their application process and is a good policy. I also want to thank the committee for including a policy I helped author to promote diverse participation in clinical trials. This has long been an issue that has needed to be addressed and one that the COVID-19 pandemic helped to emphasize. I want to thank my friend, Dr. Ruiz, for working together with me on this provision. This policy will be key to helping promote diverse participation, increasing innovation. Speaking of innovation, I look forward to continuing to work with the chair and the ranking member on finding a path forward for diagnostic testing reform. I want to associate myself with the statement of Congresswoman DeGette. Yesterday, Senate Help introduced their user fee discussion draft, which included the VALID Act, legislation that I have been working on for many years with my good friend, Representative DeGette. This legislation would modernize the regulatory framework of diagnostic tests by establishing a risk-based framework that allows for leading-edge development and innovation to thrive, while assuring doctors and patients have the certainty that their test results are analytically and clinically valid. While I remain disappointed this committee didn't address the diagnostic testing reform in the user fee agreement we are considering today, it is my hope that as we continue through the user fee process with the Senate, Energy and Commerce grabs a seat at the table and shows leadership on this critical issue that directly impacts patient safety. The time is now to answer the call and address
the pitfalls that exist in the current regulatory framework surrounding laboratory-developed tests. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Bushong. I'm going to recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in favor of the AINS. The FDA amendments of 2022 basically is a very strong bipartisan agreement that would reauthorize FDA's user fee programs, which are obviously important to ensure the agency has the funding it needs so that Americans can continue to trust that the drugs and medical devices they use are safe and effective. Further, FDA 22 will serve as a critical asset in our nation's fight against COVID-19, improve post-market safety, increase diversity in clinical trials, and promote the development of novel therapeutics that will treat the diseases of today and tomorrow. So again, I want to thank members on both sides of the aisle for working together to advance this critically important legislation. But let me just talk a little bit about some aspects of the bill. First, the accelerated approval pathway. This includes important provisions from my bill to build program integrity into the accelerated approval pathway at FDA. We've heard from FDA officials that some drugs take years just to begin their required confirmatory studies after being approved under accelerated approval. And if the sponsors fail to show that the drug provides clinical benefit, it may take even more time to remove these drugs from the markets. And I think patients deserve to have confidence that the drugs they're taking are safe and effective. So that's why FDA 22 aims to fix these issues by allowing the agency to require sponsors to begin their phase 4 studies before the approval is granted and streamlines the process for withdrawing a drug if no clinical benefit is found or if the sponsor fails to complete a study with due diligence as FDA requires. I also wanted to talk about let me also say this. It also helps ensure that patients have access to drugs they need while providing them with the assurance that they're safe and effective. So I'm glad that we have that provision. In addition, FDA 22 improves the accuracy of clinical trials by ensuring that they're both representative and inclusive. It requires sponsors to submit diversity action plans as part of their applications and requires FDA and stakeholders to examine how best we can increase the enrollment of historically underrepresented populations in clinical studies. Our vice chair mentioned that. And as we've learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, the expansion of remote clinical trials helps ensure that we're reaching a diverse and representative sample of patients. Our bill will help expand the use of decentralized trials by requiring FDA to issue new guidance on trial design. And also, I know that Mrs. Rogers mentioned the generics. The bill continues this committee's efforts to bring down drug costs by increasing competition from generic drugs, including by improving communications about regulatory requirements before generic drug sponsors and the FDA. And after our health subcommittee markup last week, I worked with Ranking Member Rogers and her members to clarify the scope of generic drug sponsors that can seek this information from FDA, and I'm glad we're able to come to agreement on this provision to ensure it has bipartisan support. And also in the AINS today, our committee is taking action to improve the workforce infrastructure at FDA, including for those that support the agency's work to regulate infant formula and the food supply chain, obviously important issues. The AINS includes new language strengthening a provision first included in the 21st Century Cures Act. Again, thank you, Ms. DeGette and Mr. Upton, which would allow the agency to more quickly hire highly qualified scientists and other professionals at competitive wages and with less red tape. Currently, FDA's authorities from the Cures Act are limited to medical products. So this provision would expand these authorities to other centers at FDA, ensuring that the agency is able to hire highly qualified staff across the board. As recommended by GAO, also requires the FDA to use this authority to develop an agency-wide workforce strategy. So FDA 22 is a significant accomplishment for this committee and a win for the American people. All members should be proud of the product we're advancing today. I look forward to seeing the bill pass on the floor of the House and advancing. Well, we'll see what the Senate does, but they issued a draft today, so that was certainly progress. And I just want to thank everyone for their work on the legislation and yield back. Now, is there anyone else who wants to speak on the AINS on either side of the aisle? No? All right.
I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, we'll move to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's entitled Order 28.
All right, and you have it, Madam Clerk, so the clerk will report Mr. Butterfield's amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7667.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Butterfield amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, thank you for this very important markup today. I've attended many markups over the years, and let me tell you, this is the spirit in which we need to conduct our businesses. So thank you to the leadership on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is based on HR 6972, the Give Kids a Chance Act, which I introduced with my friend and Childhood Cancer Caucus co-chair Mike McCall. My amendment gives the FDA the authority to direct companies developing new cancer drugs for adults to study those drugs in combinations for children with cancer. My colleagues on this committee know very well that a significant portion of my time here in Congress has been spent promoting policies that bring focus to the forgotten and support for the vulnerable, including children with cancer and other rare diseases. This focus is the reason I became involved in the bipartisan Childhood Cancer Caucus. Congress has already passed 3 laws. We've passed 3 laws which have provided hope to families across the country suffering from pediatric cancer. We passed the Creating Hope Act. We passed the Race for Children Act and the Childhood Cancer STAR Act. Today, Mr. Chairman, we have a chance to further support these families and provide more hope for them in their dark and difficult days. It is my sincere hope that my colleagues will support my amendment today so that we can build upon the progress we have already made to spur innovation and create more cures for children with cancer. I would like to sincerely thank the chairman and the ranking member and their staff, especially their staff, for their tireless work to find agreement on the policy. I would also like to thank our industry partners whom we have talked with daily for providing my staff with feedback to improve my bill and this amendment. Including this amendment, Mr. Chairman, shows kids and families across our country that we see them, we hear their stories, and are taking action to bring them hope, treatments, and cures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Does anyone want to, on the Republican side, want to comment on this? Yes, Ms. Esch is recognized.
Mr. Butterfield, I think that I speak for everyone on the committee. Thank you. Thank you, thank you for your superb advocacy. This is a legacy, your legacy, and really an extraordinary contribution when it becomes law for children with cancer in our country. So bravo.
Would the gentlewoman yield to me?
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that throughout his career, Representative Butterfield has been working tirelessly to make advances in treatments and cures, particularly for pediatric cancers. And whether it be his Creating Hope Act or the Race for Children Act, both of which have been signed into law, he's remained focused on supporting R&D into these terrible diseases that strike our most vulnerable young Americans. And while members on both sides of the aisle are definitely sad to see him retire later this year, and I certainly am, he is showing us all that he's not done working on behalf of children and families. So with this amendment today, a modified version of the Give Kids a Chance Act, Congressman Butterfield is expanding on the Race for Children Act by allowing FDA to require drug sponsors to conduct molecularly targeted investigations of combination of drugs where there's a promise that studying these combinations could yield clinically meaningful pediatric study data regarding dosing, safety, preliminary efficacy to inform potential pediatric labeling of the drug. So in other words, the bill will advance our understanding of pediatric cancers in a meaningful way that could lead, probably will lead to new treatments for children. So I'm just glad we were able to come to a bipartisan agreement on this and encourage members to vote in favor.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield to. Well, you want your own time?
No, I don't need.
All right, well, it's Ms. Esch's time. You yield to Mr. Upton?
Happy to.
I just want to thank my colleague, Mr. Butterfield. He's been a very helpful leader on this, and I'm sorry he's not present. We got to watch his face on the Zoom. But this is an important amendment. And a lot of us have been dealing with the FDA over the last couple of weeks, and I know that this is something that I believe the administration supports. But as we solve these awful diseases, this is an important tool in the toolbox that we need to have, and certainly I'm glad to support it. And glad that it's part of this legislation, and yield back to my friend.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can say very, very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I would be there today, but I lost 4 friends over the weekend. One of the funerals is today. So
Oh, my
thank you,
God.
and please excuse my absence. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Unbelievable. Ms. Eshu, you yield back? I do. Okay, the gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone on either side would like to comment on the Butterfield amendment? If not, we'll go to a voice vote. Okay. If there's no further debate, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I don't think so. Okay. So then we'll go to the Ains. If there's no further discussion, proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Is this a voice vote? Voice vote?
Voice vote on the Ains.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, Mr. Guthrie's amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7667, as amended, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 767 as amended is agreed to. Question now occurs on favorably reporting.
This is a recorded vote.
Oh, this is recorded, okay. All right, do that. Well, I still have to announce what it is. So the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 7667 as amended to the House. A recorded vote has been ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 7667 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Baragon.
Baragon votes aye.
Ms. Baragon votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Bustos.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Yes.
Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. O'Halloran, I can't see you.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recording?
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Mr. Maloney, you are not recorded.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Only Long in Congress votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn vote aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Members who are not recorded? Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Chairman, I vote aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded? That's it? All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0.
Give me that again.
The yeas are 55 and the nays are 0.
Wow. I forgot that we had so many members. All right, the vote is 55 ayes to 0 noes, and so HR 7667 as amended is reported to the full House. Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to go to HR 7666. The chair calls up HR 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act of 2022, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7666, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize certain programs relating to mental health and substance.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. Does there anyone, well, I'm sorry, without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. But why don't we start with those who would like to speak on the underlying bill? The ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for working with us on this legislation, for your leadership on improving people's mental health. I know we have a commitment to keep working on some of the provisions. I also wanted to quickly make a note about the spending in this package. Many of the bills in this markup authorize discretionary spending, and often at currently appropriated levels. A few provisions and bills that we've included in this package, however, will have mandatory spending implications. I want to commit to my colleagues that when the mental health package from Energy and Commerce is on the floor, that any mandatory spending will be fully offset. This has been the case for a number of bipartisan bills with mandatory spending that have moved through this committee in the past, including the Support Act. Mr. Chairman, just as you did last week in the Health Subcommittee, will you commit to working with me on mandatory spending and the mental health package before consideration on the floor?
Absolutely, and that's been our policy in general, that we will, this will be offset. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that commitment as well as your partnership in working on this legislation. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone, Ms.? Oh, okay, we're going to do this in order of seniority. So Ms. Clark is recognized on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman from Brooklyn is recognized. I said that because I like Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of folks are liking Brooklyn these days, but let me move forward with my statement. The need to invest more towards supporting mothers suffering from mental health issues and substance use disorders is extremely critical. It is astounding to know that about 800,000 new moms in the United States each year experience a maternity-related mental health issue. Mental and emotional support and the access to mental health care has long been overlooked. Yet, it is critical to the overall health of both women, mothers, and their newborns. For the gift of life that it brings, pregnancy can be a precious and blessed time in the lives of mothers who are experiencing it. Tragically, though, pregnancy also carries countless dangers to both mothers and their children that can persist long past birth. That is why I am proud to be co-leading the bipartisan bicameral legislation Into the Light for Maternal Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Act, along with my colleagues, Reps. Catherine Clark, Jamie Herrera Butler, Doris Matsui, Michael Burgess, and Young Kim. This legislation is not only a necessary step towards providing new and expectant mothers and their children with the resources they need to stay healthy, both physically and mentally, but it reaffirms our commitment to support mothers through whatever difficulties they may face. Furthermore, it is an opportunity to protect and serve American mothers by providing them with the proper resources to lead a safe and healthy postpartum life. That is why I'm proud to stand with my colleagues in this noble pursuit and believe passing this legislation is an important step in ensuring no mother will suffer alone. I thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman SU, for bringing up and supporting the mental health and well-being of communities in need. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. So now these are statements on the underlying bill. Anyone on Mr. Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. H.R. 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Wellbeing Act, provides resources for building our behavioral health care workforce, treatment, and substance use disorder recovery resources, and access to mental health care services for those with mental illness. Recent Centers for Disease Control Prevention survey data underscores the stark toll school closures and lockdowns had on our youth throughout the pandemic. The data shows that nearly 1 in 3 of high school students surveyed experienced poor mental health during the pandemic, and nearly half the students felt persistently sad or hopeless. Some students even reported experiencing emotional abuse in the home, and more than 10% reported physical abuse in the home. The lockdown measures throughout COVID-19 pandemic only compounded the substance use disorder issues impacting communities across the country, with my home state of Kentucky seeing one of the highest rises of drug annual overdoses between 2020 and 2021 in the country. Nationally, the CDC reported last week that the number of drug overdoses in 2021 is estimated to exceed 107,000 deaths. Ultimately, fighting the drug overdose epidemic will require a two-pronged approach. We need to equip our law enforcement with the tools they need to get these deadly poisons off the street, while making treatment and recovery resources available to those seeking help, especially vulnerable populations. Importantly, the proposals in the bill before us today will help to achieve these objectives. While helping us build our behavioral health care workforce to meet future needs, H.R. 7666 includes proposals designed to provide targeted resources to communities in need for the next several years. This bill unanimously passed the House subcommittee last week. Some specific highlights include the reauthorization of the Garrett Lee Smith Memorial Reauthorization Act. I would like to thank Ranking Member Rogers and Representatives Trahan and Young Kim for leading on this issue. Representative Bouchon is also leading legislation alongside Representatives Miller Meeks, Axney, and Pappas to remove regulatory barriers to help those with opioid use disorder seek the care they need as quickly as possible. This is the Timely Treatment for Opioid Use Disorder Act. Representatives Curtis and Tonko are leading the Helping Enable Access to Life-Saving Services Act. And I'm proud that my bill, the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Support Services Block Grant, which I co-led with Representatives Tonko, McKinley, and Wild, is also included. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on restoring the hope for mental health and well-being, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Next, we have Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I am proud to have worked on the bipartisan Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant, which is incorporated as Subtitle D of this bill, with my colleagues and friends, Representatives Guthrie, Wild, and McKinley. Thank you to Chair Eshoo and Ranking Member Guthrie and Chair Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers and their staff for the focus on this legislation. Across our nation, millions of Americans are struggling with the disease of addiction, a crisis that has become even more dire during this pandemic. A staggering 101,306 people died of drug overdoses between April 2020 and April 2021. That's 3 times more deaths than from traffic accidents. There is no corner of the country that has escaped the effects of this crisis. During my time in Congress, I have fought hard to support programs that address this worsening crisis and deliver critical resources to our communities. Last year, I fought successfully to deliver funding to the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant program through our American Rescue Plan. And this reauthorization underscores our continuing commitment to ensuring we provide hope and indeed a path forward for our neighbors and loved ones who need it most. One of the best ways we can lessen the impacts of this epidemic is by strengthening and supporting state substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts through the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant reauthorization. The legislation will reauthorize this crucial block grant for another 5 years, guaranteeing sustained investment in evidence-based programs that support states, communities, and families battling the disease of addiction. It also updates services provided under the block grant to include screening and referral for treatment of viral hepatitis, in addition to existing services related to HIV and tuberculosis, and eliminates stigmatizing language related to substance use. This funding stream serves as the cornerstone of states' substance use treatment, prevention, and recovery systems. Block grant funds, which are distributed by formula to all states and territories, provide life-saving treatment services to approximately 1.4 million individuals per year. In some states, the block grant investment accounts for 100% of substance use prevention dollars. While the overdose crisis predates the COVID-19 pandemic, it has further impacted individuals struggling with or at risk for substance use disorders. So I think it's incredibly important that we did include this into our legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Does anyone else want to speak on the underlying bill? Anybody on the Republican side? If not, we go to Chairwoman Eshoo.
You, Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Amendment. I want to thank our colleague, Paul Tonko, for offering this amendment. Your years-long work on expanding access to addiction treatment, we all appreciate. Last year, this is a terrible statistic. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm speaking on the amendment, so this is the aim, so I'll,
No, you can speak on
withdraw.
it now if you want to.
Okay, great. I'll continue on this very well-drawn remark. I know everyone is listening with bated breath. But this statistic, and everyone on this committee cares about this. Last year, more than 106,000 Americans died from an overdose, and this is a record high. And one of the contributing factors to this overdose rate is how nearly impossible it is to find treatment. According to SAMHSA, in 2020, only 11% of people with an opioid addiction received medication-assisted treatment. There is an outdated federal regulation known as the X waiver, sounds like a movie, puts unnecessary bureaucratic requirements on evidence-based care for opioid use disorder. This is not how we should be managing care in the midst of an epidemic that only continues to grow. The best way to treat the opioid crisis is to give patients evidence-based medications that are known to reduce the risk of overdose death and help get long-term recovery. And Representative Tonko's amendment does just that. It removes the federal restrictions on effective medical treatments by ending the stigmatizing X waiver, and it allows clinicians to prescribe the evidence-based care that's needed to save lives. So this is a very good bill. I think it's one of the best things we can do to prevent overdose deaths, and I urge everyone to vote for it. Yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So we're finished with the underlying bill statements, then we're going to go to the Ains, and then we'll have the Tonko amendment to the Ains. Anyone else on the underlying bill? Miss, on the Republican side now. All right, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I want to thank you and Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers for your efforts to build consensus on this important legislation to reauthorize and strengthen critical mental and behavioral health programs that will help address public health issues like the opioid epidemic, which claimed over 107,000 lives in the United States last year alone. As was discussed last week in the subcommittee markup, the mental health package before us contains strong mental health parity provisions. My colleague, Congresswoman Katie Porter, and I led, which closes a critical gap in health care coverage for mental health and substance abuse treatment for thousands of frontline workers across the country. I would also like to thank the chairman and ranking member for including a provision in today's Ains based off the Preventing Overdoses and Saving Lives Act 2.0, which I co-led with my friend and colleague, Congressman French Hill. This provision provides incentives for co-prescribing when a doctor pairs an opioid prescription with a prescription of an opioid overdose reversal drug like naloxone. As was noted during a hearing before this committee with the Office of National Drug Control Policy, co-prescribing is a proven intervention that helps save lives and must be part of a comprehensive effort to address the opioid crisis. Additionally, we've seen bipartisan adoption of co-prescribing policies in states across the country. Inclusion of a co-prescribing provision in today's legislation strengthens the underlying package and our response to the opioid crisis. I appreciate the chairman, ranking member, as well as both Democratic and Republican committee staffs for their constructive efforts to engage on this issue with Congressman Hill and myself and to incorporate it in today's legislation. This is a strong package that will improve our national response to some of the most pressing public health challenges facing Americans across the country, and it deserves our support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingell. Anyone else on the underlying bill? Ms. Barragan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support provisions of this bill, H.R. 766, but I want to point out and talk about one section 301 of this bill. It makes important investments in the collaborative care model to increase access to primary and behavioral health care. These integrated models of care hold a lot of potential for expanding access to behavioral health services for underserved communities. However, I believe we should also invest in other evidence-based models of integrated care, such as the primary care behavioral health model, to ensure no communities get left behind. I would note that Dr. Sandy Chung, President-elect of the American Academy of Pediatrics, testified that Congress should support both models of integrated care during last month's Health Subcommittee hearing on mental health. I've also heard from constituents in my district that this model has helped them access much-needed behavioral health services. I'm proud of the work the committee has done to support and invest in mental health care, but I believe there's more that we can do. Increasing access to mental health care is important to me, and I hope we can look at this a little more closely. I want to emphasize that I support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Barragan. Anyone else on the underlying bill?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. O'Halloran is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chair and ranking member for today's bipartisan markup of a significant and comprehensive mental health package and substance abuse package. Now, through my time on this committee, we have worked in a bipartisan manner on bills to address substance abuse, including opioid and alcohol dependency, and mental health bills to improve access to much-needed mental health care for all Americans. I'm pleased to see that work continue today, and I also want to thank the staff and the leadership of the committee on both sides of the aisle. More than 5 people die every day of opioid overdoses in Arizona. The influx of counterfeit opioids like fentanyl are highly addictive and very deadly. The rise in fentanyl is tearing our communities apart. I see this in many of the tribal communities that I represent. We know the rate of overdose deaths involving opioids is higher among American natives and also Alaskan natives. We also know that it is higher in rural communities than the national average. This is in part because those of us in rural communities and in the tribal communities that I represent lack access to the most basic healthcare services that many take for granted. The shortage of mental health providers is especially evident in our schools, where children struggle for access, and in our communities, where many patients are forced to travel long distances just to see a provider. Access to mental health services via telehealth has been particularly important, but we still are suffering from a lack of access to these services. And so are the families that are undergoing these tremendous tragic events in their lives. I also thank the committee for including legislation that I helped lead, the Summer Barrow Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Act, legislation which authorizes 11 SAMHSA programs that support mental health and substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery services. This bold package includes substantial investments that will allow local and tribal leaders to put these funds to use in their communities to provide support for those suffering from opioid dependency, providing services to pregnant and postpartum women in need of substance use treatment, funding to combat underage drinking, and funding to improve access to overdose medication. Many local and regional nonprofits take much of this work on themselves. For example, this package will help ensure the homeless shelter like Flagstaff Shelter Services in Arizona. It will be able to provide important services to much of northern Arizona population. They are the actual on-the-ground providers providing this overdose medication directly to individuals in treatment centers, saving lives and making our communities safer. There's much I like in this package, but I do want to highlight the extensive focus on mental health and support for children in this package. The burdens of social media and the targeted harassment we see, particularly of younger women and girls, has caused a dramatic increase in mental health issues, including unfortunate suicides in teenagers. This is a tragedy. I look forward to continuing that work to hold them accountable through this committee, but I applaud the immediate focus on mental health for children. I will be proud to support this package and look forward to continuing to work across the aisle to ensure that it becomes law. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. So we're still on the underlying bill, if anyone wants to speak on that. Ms. Fletcher?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Schreier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word because of the underlying bill.
Gentlewoman is
I'm
recognized.
Thank you. I'm so excited about this really important package on mental and behavioral health, especially as a pediatrician who has seen the growing challenges over the past 20 years with children's mental health, has seen the impact of so many features. Even since 2007, there's been a dramatic rise in anxiety and depression, self-harm, eating disorders, and this just skyrocketed during the pandemic. And one of our challenges in addressing this is that we just don't have enough mental health specialists. And we can improve the pipeline. There's a lot that we can do, but we need help right now. And that's why I'm so excited about this bill, because the Pediatric Mental Health Care Access Program is one of the ways that an on-call psychiatrist, for example, could support hundreds of pediatricians right there in the office to provide care while the patient is there at the right moment, sometimes staving off crises and sometimes being able to handle a crisis that normally would require a psychiatrist to manage. And so it's just such a great way to leverage the resources that we have while working to increase the number of providers, because we are in a crisis moment now. So I am proud to vote on this critical package that will fund the programs that families and kids need to stay safe and healthy now and in the future. I wanted to highlight one other element that I'm concerned about with kids' mental health and development, which is that as the only pediatrician in Congress, I've also been watching screen time and social media. And I just want to highlight that we know, you've heard from my colleagues, social media has impacts on the mental health of children. Sometimes it's helpful. A child who would otherwise be ostracized and is in an area that does not support, whatever their challenge is, and they need a community. But more often, it's very damaging, as we have heard, particularly with girls. And research exists in this space. We've been evaluating the impact of screen time and social media on kids for over a decade now. And I'm worried. So we need to just be able to bring together the experts in this space, academia, pediatricians, the private sector, the agencies that have jurisdiction, to provide some evidence-based solutions to keep our kids healthy and safe. And I will have a bill on this coming up soon. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Schreier. I think we also have Ms. Fletcher recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you and the ranking member of the full committee, as well as the chairwoman and ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, for including my bill, HR 5218, the Collaborate in an Orderly and Cohesive Manner bill in HR 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Wellbeing Act of 2022. That is included in Section 301. And I also want to thank my co-lead Representative Herrera Butler for partnering with me on this legislation. As several of our colleagues have noted, the United States is experiencing a mental health crisis, and the pandemic has exacerbated it, as well as our awareness of its many challenges. As Dr. Schreier just noted, Americans have experienced increased rates of anxiety, depression, and trauma. Approximately 4 in 10 adults are reporting symptoms of anxiety or depressive disorder. And recent census data shows that the number of Americans expressing the need for mental health assistance who did not receive it increased by 1/3 last year. Many people first display symptoms of a mental health condition or substance use disorder in the primary care setting, but often they can't access the necessary follow-up treatment, either because it's too expensive or too difficult to find the necessary mental health professionals, the appropriate professionals, or they face other obstacles, including stigma. The collaborative care model addresses these issues by creating a team made up of a primary care physician, a psychiatric consultant, and a care manager that can meet the needs of their patients in the primary care setting, which improves the ability to detect and treat mental illness as soon as symptoms begin. This model is one of the most rigorously studied approaches to integrate mental health and substance use disorder services to patients within the primary care setting. It is already covered by Medicare, most private insurers, and many state Medicaid programs. And studies have shown that it is a cost saver. A cost-benefit analysis showed that the model has a 12-to-1 benefit-to-cost ratio for the treatment of depression in adults. I introduced in the legislative hearing a letter of support from 44 organizations supporting this legislation, including the Meadows Institute from my home state of Texas. And I would like to submit a recent statement from the Meadows Institute for the record in this markup as well, noting that
Without
this
objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The letter reiterates its support for the model and its estimate that in their modeling, universal access to the collaborative care model could save more than 14,500 lives a year. Despite its success, despite the great promise, the uptake of this model remains low, mainly because many primary care practices operate on thin financial margins with limited support staff, making implementing a new delivery model difficult. This bill will address the issue by providing the necessary grant funding so that primary care physicians and practices looking to adopt the model have the resources they need. I'm proud of the work we've done to address this important issue in this provision, as well as the other important mental health issues in the overall bill, and I will continue to work on these issues. I look forward to voting in favor of this bill today, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Curtis of Utah, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you both to the Chair and Ranking Member for including my legislation, the Helping Enable Access to Life-Saving Services Act, or the HILS Act, in the mental health package today. This bill will help fund multiple programs that support education and training for mental and behavioral health and care professionals. Over the course of the pandemic, we've become acutely aware of the concerns within healthcare, including problematic workforce shortages, further COVID exacerbated an already troubled mental health crisis. This bill will help address both of these concerns. And Mr. Chairman, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, I yield my time back.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we go to Ms. Lesko, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I think this is a very important issue because of the growing urgency of helping people with mental health. But I also am concerned about the extra cost in this bill that is an increase of over $100 million. And I think we need to start balancing needs of the American people with the cost that we're adding into our budget and ultimately our national debt and our interest. It's projected that in 10 years from now, our interest payments in 1 year's time will be $1.2 trillion. And I think that estimate was done before interest rates started going up. $1.2 trillion is more than I believe we spend on Medicare in a year. It's more than we spend on the health care for our veterans. I think it's 11 times more than that. It's more than we spend on a lot of things, and it's unsustainable. And so I know that you have committed to coming up with some pay-fors to help pay for the increased cost of this bill, and I look forward to hearing that, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more opening statements, do we? No? So now we're going to go to the Ains, which I believe I have the Ains, so I'll ask the clerk to report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
So, Madam
Strike
Clerk,
all.
without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is to H.R. 7666, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Act. And the reason we're doing this, underlying bill as well as the amendment, is because Americans are facing mental health and substance use disorder increasingly to the point where I would say it's a crisis. Today, 1 in 5 adults battle a mental illness, while youth face staggering risks of suicide. And the lives lost in substance use disorders continue to climb, with more than 100,000 deaths due to drug overdoses last year, which is why I'm pleased that after months of planning, drafting, and negotiations, this committee will consider a bipartisan mental health and substance use disorder package that I introduced alongside Ranking Member Rogers. I'm grateful for Mrs. Rogers' dedication to working together on this bill. The package represents a shared recognition that we must rise to the moment and provide support and resources for the American people, with the final product balancing funding needs and integrating new initiatives into existing programs. So the bill incorporates both Democratic and Republican-led provisions that I think will bring meaningful support to millions of Americans, and particularly vulnerable communities that are battling mental health and substance use disorders. It includes the 5-year reauthorization of critical SAMHSA and HRSA public health programs and key additional activities to support the mental health of people of all ages, especially young people, and support substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery support services. In addition to continued investment and flexibility of the community mental health services and the substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery services block grants, the package extends the maternal mental health screening and treatment grant program and reauthorizes grants to support American Indian and Alaska Native communities with mental health and substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery services. The bill also expands access to treatment for opioid use disorders, directing SAMHSA to assess opioid treatment programs' flexibilities provided during the COVID-19 pandemic and reducing unnecessary and arbitrary barriers to care. The bill expands the integration of mental health and physical health care and closes a loophole in current law that allows self-funded state and local government health insurance plans to opt out of mental health parity. The AIMS changes, or I should say further strengthens the bill. In addition to technical changes, the AIMS includes provisions from Representative Hill and Representative Dingell's bill, the Preventing Overdoses and Saving Lives Act 2.0, that supports the development of strategic opioid crisis response plans and requires healthcare practitioners to prescribe an opioid reversal drug when prescribing an opioid for certain patients. Further, it includes new provisions from the Triumph for New Moms Act of 2021, introduced by Representatives Barragan and Dr. Bouchon, which requires the Secretary of HHS to make recommendations to coordinate and improve federal responses to maternal mental health conditions. But there are, and I want to point out, there are several additional policy changes that are in the AIMS. For example, we'll consider the MAT Act amendment, which eliminates a requirement for medical practitioners to apply for an additional DEA registration to prescribe BUP, a proven FDA-approved medication to treat opioid use disorders. And I want to take a moment to thank Priscilla Robinson, Heather Shapter, and all of the New Jersey organizing project advocates who have fought tirelessly for the MAT Act and know firsthand access to BUP, how BUP has saved lives. Let me also thank my state senator, State Senator Vitale in my district, who chairs the Health Subcommittee in the State Senate. He has been calling me regularly about this and is going to be happy that we've included MAT and MATE. The MATE Act, which provides eligible practitioners with critical training and education on treating and identifying substance use disorders, is in here. And finally, we'll consider an amendment to expand mental health peer support in person and virtual services, and an amendment to strengthen mental health parity by providing funding to states to implement and enforce parity. So again, I look forward to strengthening this legislation with bipartisan support for the AINS and the amendments to follow together in advancing the Restoring Hope Act. I mean, it truly is what its name says, Restoring Hope. And I think that'll support or do a lot more to support mental health and well-being for all Americans. And with that, I yield back. Does anyone else want to speak on the AINS? Dr. Bouchon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chair and ranking member for including two bills I authored in H.R. 7666, the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act. First, the Timely Treatment for Opioid Use Disorder Act would revise opioid treatment program criteria to remove the requirement that patients must have been addicted for at least 1 year before being admitted for treatment. Nearly 1 in 12 Hoosiers meet the criteria for having a substance use disorder, and they are now more likely to die from a drug overdose than a car crash. We need to continue to make sure Americans have access to treatment early, and this bill is a great stride forward in that effort. Second, the Triumph for New Moms Act would establish a no-cost interdepartmental task force to address the U.S. maternal mental health crisis by closing gaps in treatment, eliminating duplication, and coordinating federal resources towards maternal mental health. Current federal efforts to support women suffering from maternal mental health conditions lack coordinated action and organization, and as a result, 50% of these moms never receive treatment. This bill will increase mental health support for pregnant and new mothers by offering targeted solutions that have proven success. With Indiana having one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the country, this legislation is timely and important to help save lives. With an increase in mental health issues over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is critical we pass legislation to help provide resources for those who need it most. I look forward to supporting the underlying bill and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon. A gentlewoman from California, Ms. Balagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank and share my appreciation with you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Rogers for including language for my bill, the Triumph for New Moms Act, to H.R. 7666 in Section 113 of the AINS. The amendment being offered includes a provision that would create a national maternal mental health strategy and integrate maternal mental health into existing maternal, infant, and mental health activities at the federal level. Tragically, suicide and overdose combined are the leading cause of death for new mothers. Maternal mental health disorders are the most common complications of pregnancy and childbirth, affecting 1 in 5 pregnant women or new mothers. Nearly 800,000 American families each year struggle with this, and only 25% of those impacted receive treatment. This is so critical because women of color experience maternal mental health conditions at nearly double the rate of white women. Now, Section 113 enhances federal collaboration between agencies and departments, closes the gaps in existing federal maternal health programs, and generates recommendations to state governors, agencies, and committees to improve their maternal mental health work. Also, it recognizes the important work maternal mental health organizations are already doing and gathers their input and engagement. I want to also thank my co-lead, Mr. Bouchon, for working with me on this important bipartisan policy on maternal mental health. I look forward to everyone supporting this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Balagan. Do we have anyone on the Republican side who wants to speak on the Ains? Mr. Cardenas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've spoken on so funding 988 before, and today this is not an exception. We're just 2 months away from going live across the country, and the stakes couldn't be higher to get it right. If we're serious about mental health having equivalence with other physical health, then we're missing a fundamental infrastructure to address urgent mental health needs. If I break a bone, for example, I can call 911 and an ambulance will arrive. But if I'm experiencing a mental health crisis, I can't rely on a trained mental health professional to be dispatched to me to help me in my time of need. It's time to walk. It's time to walk the talk and actually build out a system across our country that addresses mental health with the same care and response as physical health as we're accustomed with 911. Now I know some of my colleagues may believe that 988 is already funded, but let me tell you, that is not the reality on the ground. And the consequences of being wrong are too high. If 988 launches and we're ill-equipped to handle the volume of calls, it will be catastrophic and set back our ability to implement a robust continuum of care. In this package, there are key provisions that will help to ensure that anyone who calls will get a timely response and that the situation is adequately managed. I urge my colleagues to support these provisions of the bill and others that will find and support crisis care services throughout the country that will fund. Also, I'd like to talk about, with that, I also want to raise one other issue that is closely related to providing public health services to those experiencing mental health and related issues, and specifically substance use disorders. I'm disappointed to see that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have pushed to narrow funding for evidence-based harm reduction measures. We must utilize all of the tools in our arsenal to treat addiction and substance use disorders. Not to do so is a grave misstep. And the proof is all around us as we see skyrocketing rates of addiction and overdose deaths, even in teenagers. There's a lot of misinformation out there about harm reduction, so I want to be clear. Harm reduction has been shown time and time again to decrease overdose, decrease disease outbreaks. It saves lives and even saves taxpayer dollars. Just this Monday, I read about the stark success of a safe injection site in New York City that has not seen a single fatal overdose over the course of over 17,000 visits. This success is all the more astonishing when you consider that New York City saw a massive rise of about 30% in overdose deaths in the first half of 2021. If we're serious about tackling the addiction crisis in the country, we need to utilize all of the tools available to us and legislate on the evidence. And the evidence is clear that harm reduction works. I urge my colleagues to really make sure that their constituents have access to all of the harm reduction tools needed to reduce overdose deaths. So I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Anyone else on the Ains? If not, we'll move. I think Mr. Tonko has an amendment to the Ains.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair.
All right. The clerk has the Tonko amendment. All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666, offered by Mr. Tonko of New York. At the
Madam
end,
Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Tonko amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment adds the text of my Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act to the underlying legislation. The Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act, which enjoys overwhelming bipartisan co-sponsorship by members on this committee, would vastly expand access to safe and effective addiction treatment by eliminating the outdated and redundant requirement that healthcare providers obtain a special waiver from the DEA to prescribe buprenorphine for the treatment of addiction. Just last week, we hit another grim record in what has been decades-long losing battle against the scourge of drug addiction. 107,000 of our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers were taken from us too early last year by drug overdoses. One all too common theme in these deaths is a lack of access to treatment. In our nation, the addicted, only about 1 in 10 individuals with opioid use disorder receives medications like buprenorphine to treat their addiction, despite this being recognized as the gold standard of care that cuts the risk of overdose in half. Let me repeat that. We have a safe and effective medication that reduces mortality risk by 50%, yet we have a healthcare system that delivers it to only the 1 in 10 eligible patients. That is a glaring systemic failure. One of the main reasons for this failure is the so-called X waiver, which requires healthcare providers that wish to offer buprenorphine for the treatment of addiction to submit to burdensome paperwork, record-keeping, and training requirements to obtain a special waiver from the DEA. All of this despite the fact that at this very moment, healthcare providers can prescribe that exact same drug for the treatment of pain without a special waiver, and despite the fact that buprenorphine is less medically complex than commonly prescribed medications such as insulin and blood thinners. Because of these current barriers, we live in a country where 40% of counties, home to more than 20 million Americans, lack even a single physician that can prescribe buprenorphine for addiction. We live in a country where Black Americans, who are disproportionately at risk for opioid overdose, are significantly less likely to have healthcare providers in their neighborhoods who offer buprenorphine. Can you imagine how quickly we would be acting if insulin wasn't available in more than 40% of counties or some of the most high-need neighborhoods? This is the life or death crisis that we are facing. In recognition of the absurdities of the existing system, both the Trump and Biden administrations took executive actions to reduce the burden of the X waiver and expand access to treatment, but were limited in their ability to do so by existing statutory requirements. Just this week, Jim Carroll, head of the Office of Drug Control Policy under former President Trump, called on Congress to pass the MAT Act and once and for all eliminate the X waiver. Today is our chance to answer that call and to do so in a resoundingly bipartisan fashion. In my conversations with members of this committee on the amendment before us, I've heard of 2 primary concerns that I wanted to preemptively address. First, some have raised the concern that this legislation would increase illicit diversion of buprenorphine. This is false. The Drug Enforcement Agency and everyone else who has looked at this issue has found that the primary reason for buprenorphine diversion is the failure to access legitimate treatment, and that increasing and not limiting buprenorphine treatment may be an effective response to the diversion of buprenorphine. To that end, we heard these exact same diversion arguments when this committee took decisive action to expand access to buprenorphine in both the 21st Century Cures Act and the Support Act. And as the committee has taken these actions, illicit diversion of buprenorphine has fallen over the past 5 years. Increasing access to legitimate treatment decreases illicit diversion, full stop. The diversion argument is nothing more than a red herring, which is why legislation has been supported by major law enforcement organizations, including the National Sheriff's Association and the National Association of Attorneys General. Second, I've heard concerns that eliminating the X waiver requirement will reduce the quality of addiction treatment by eliminating existing training requirements. To be clear, any healthcare provider who would be authorized to prescribe buprenorphine for opioid use disorder under this legislation can already prescribe the exact same medication for pain today, as well as the powerful opioids that got us into this crisis in the first place. Furthermore, under the MAT Act, healthcare providers will still have to meet state licensure requirements and obtain a standard controlled substance license from the DEA to prescribe the medication. Finally, in conjunction with the MATE Act, which Representative Trahan introduces, we'll also be considering that today. And we will actually expand addiction training requirements by ensuring that all, not just some, DEA licensed prescribers have at least 8 hours of training in treating and managing substance use disorders, which is the same standard for physicians under the current X waiver system. In closing, let me just say that I know this is a powerful issue in all of our communities, as it is in mine. I've grieved with too many families in my district, with neighbors and friends, and I'm sick and tired of this pain. We have to do better. Today, we have a chance to make a difference in so many people's lives. We have the chance to bring hope where there is despair. I urge all of my colleagues to support this critically needed legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
All right, thank you. So now, anyone on the Republican side? Dr. Burgess?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment.
All right, we're going to proceed with this, although I'm a little confused because this is essentially a third-degree amendment, but I understand Dr. Burgess is going to offer and speak and withdraw, so let's, I don't know, Madam Clerk, we will, can you report the Burgess amendment?
Amendment offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas to the amendment offered by Mr. Tonko of New York.
You're raising a point of order? Reserving a point of order, okay.
Page 1, line 15.
I'm sorry, without objection, the gentlewoman's point of order is... Oh, okay. So, all right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Strike 2 individuals and insert to
All right,
more
so
than 200.
without objection, the reading of the Burgess Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, under current law, providers cannot prescribe buprenorphine to more than 275 patients for maintenance and detoxification treatment. This amendment to the MAT amendment would state that any provider who seeks to prescribe buprenorphine to over 275 patients would need to obtain separate registration to become an opiate treatment program. This will apply only to practitioners who do not practice in an area within 30 miles of another practitioner who dispenses narcotic drugs in Schedule 2, 3, or 5 of the Section 202 of the Controlled Substance Act for individuals for maintenance of detoxification and treatment. We heard it said during the discussion on the underlying amendment that an all too common theme is the number of people that we are losing from drug overdose. But really, as I outlined in comments during the subcommittee markup, the all too common theme is the lack of control at the southern border that allows fentanyl to flood into this country. It is a different disease that we are facing today than we faced when we passed the Support Act. The Support Act was undertaken by this committee, by the Health Subcommittee, by the full committee, to deal with the problem of opiate use disorder. Fentanyl opiate use disorder is indeed a different disease. So this amendment would ensure that the MAT Act would not go into effect, or in addition, this amendment would ensure that the MAT Act would not go into effect until the Secretary of Health and Human Services reports to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions in the Senate that the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration publishes science-based guidance on effective treatment for individuals with fentanyl opiate use disorder. In addition, practitioners must receive training on such guidance in order to prescribe opioids. As I mentioned in my opening statement, these are difficult and complicated patients. This cannot be a casual association with a treatment modality. This is a commitment to a patient who has a serious disease, which, if not treated properly, will surely be lethal, as we've seen 107,000 times in the last calendar year. The issue today is not only access to treatment, the issue is access to the right treatment for those individuals with fentanyl opiate use disorder. This committee, under Chairman Upton's tenure, spent a good deal of time dealing with the phenomenon known as pill mills. We certainly do not want to create another problem that we faced back in 2014 and 2015 with pill mills. So there needs to be significant oversight when we are discussing treatment options. Now, the chairman is very generous to have not started the clock yet, but I appreciate the I appreciate the concern over the technical and parliamentary difficulties of a second order or third order amendment. I realize that this is complicated, but I thought it was important to get this out there and in fact do so in a way that there is legislative language to actually fix a problem that would actually help people who are suffering from fentanyl opioid use disorder. And I am prepared to ask unanimous consent to withdraw the second order amendment unless someone else would like to speak to that. So I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw the second order amendment.
I certainly appreciate that, Dr. Burgess, particularly since as a member of the Rules Committee, I don't want to be arguing with you over third-degree amendments, because I know if I don't hear it here, I'll hear it at Rules.
Yeah, let's synchronize our watches.
All right. So the gentleman has asked to withdraw the amendment without objection. Oh, I'm sorry. The gentlewoman from, the vice chair from Illinois, he withdrew the amendment, so you don't need to withdraw your reservation. You want to talk on this? On the next one? Okay, so, huh? Oh, yeah, no, we'll get to that. So the Dr. Burgess has withdrawn his amendment, and we will go back to the Tonko amendment, and the next person who wants to speak is Ms. Custer. Oh, you want to talk too? You already spoke. No? All right, well, let's have Ms. Custer.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Custer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
In 2015, I founded the Bipartisan Heroin Task Force that today has evolved into the Bipartisan Addiction and Mental Health Task Force to better reflect the scope of this epidemic, with my co-chairs David Trone, Brian Fitzpatrick, and Jamie Herrera Butler. I'd like to express my gratitude to the chair of the committee and the chair of the subcommittee for considering so many bills from our Bipartisan Addiction and Mental Health Task Force legislative agenda, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment offered by Congressman Tonko, and I thank him for his leadership. According to the CDC, more than 1 million Americans have died from overdoses during the last 2 decades, and 2021 marked the deadliest year yet, with nearly 108,000 overdose deaths just in the United States. 2/3 of these overdose deaths involve fentanyl. We know that buprenorphine reduces heroin and fentanyl use and can cut the risk of overdose death in half. In fact, the risk of overdose decreases immediately when a patient takes this medication. I know this from personal experience with a relative of mine who relapsed during COVID and now has returned to MAT treatment, likely saving his life. That is why the MIT Act is so important to today's discussion. It removes the outdated barriers that prevent healthcare providers from prescribing essential treatment for substance use disorder. We need this legislation now. In my state of New Hampshire, overdose numbers rose by 6% just from March to April of this year. And in the cities of Nashua and Manchester, our largest 2 cities, fatal overdoses doubled last month. We cannot delay common sense legislation like this any longer, and I urge the members of this committee to support the legislation before us. We must increase access to treatment. Thank you, and I yield
Could
back.
I ask you not to yield back and yield to Mr. Tonko?
I would be very grateful to yield to Mr. Tonko.
Do I only have the 2 minutes left?
Yes, almost 3.
Mr. Doyle was going to yield 5.
All right, then we'll wait. Okay, we'll wait. Thank you. The gentlewoman yields
yield.
back. Does anyone want to? Yes, Dr. Bouchon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Buprenorphine can be effective if administered by properly educated and trained providers who counsel and educate the patient. However, the vast majority of individuals currently receive little or no counseling. Ongoing counseling is critical to success. I've been working in Congress to implement caps on the number of patients a practitioner can see at any one time and increase prescriber education for buprenorphine. However, some of my friends in Congress continue to support expanding the practice and scope to allow, in my opinion, almost anyone, regardless of their qualifications and/or training, to prescribe buprenorphine. In my opinion, that is exactly what this amendment does. It removes a needed requirement that ensures adequate training and eliminates the existing caps on the number of patients practitioners could see at one time, making it easier to prescribe a medication known to be highly diverted and misused. Although very well intended, this is a huge mistake. This amendment will only expand access to an opioid used to treat opioid addiction rather than focus on improving effective treatment for individuals with substance use disorder in a comprehensive way. I want to read from SAMHSA's website. Buprenorphine is a medication approved by the Food and Drug Administration to treat opioid use disorder as a medication-assisted treatment, MAT. As with all medications used in MAT, buprenorphine should be prescribed as part of a comprehensive treatment plan that includes counseling and other behavioral therapies to provide patients with a whole person approach.
Thank you.
And describing buprenorphine, this is from drugfree.org. It's a controlled substance, high risk for addiction and dependence, can cause respiratory distress and death when taken in high doses or when combined with other substances, especially alcohol or other illicit drugs such as heroin or cocaine. At a time when practitioners are prescribing buprenorphine at record lows due to the lessons learned over the years of its diversion and misuse, the last thing Congress should do is lax the requirements for prescribing and dispensing narcotic drugs such as buprenorphine. We do need to expand access to addiction treatment. This just isn't the way to do it. For these reasons and the medical concerns they bring, I will be voting no on this amendment, and I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon. Recognize Mr. Doyle for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to yield to Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding. While I understand and appreciate that the gentleman has withdrawn his amendment, I would like to offer some brief thoughts on the underlying substance. The amendment attempted to limit the impact on the Mainstreaming Addiction Act only to places where there are currently severe issues with access to buprenorphine. From my vantage point, when you had a situation where only 1 in 10 struggling with opioid addiction is receiving a medication that can cut their risk of mortality from an overdose fully in half, it's indicative of an access crisis across our nation, not simply in select counties. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which have studied the issue in depth, found that even if all healthcare providers who currently have an X waiver prescribed up to their patient limits, only half of the nearly 2 million people who lack access to buprenorphine would receive the medication. I've already discussed that 40% of counties that lack a single waivered physician, the 20 million Americans who live in these counties, that Black and Latino Americans who are seeing the biggest growth in overdose deaths, live in neighborhoods with the least access to treatment, that our nation's veterans are 1.5 times more likely to die of an opioid overdose, that most pregnant women with opioid use disorder don't receive buprenorphine despite being the gold standard of care, as less than 1 in 100 OBGYNs are waivered providers. So look, we all share the goal of preventing overdoses. Research demonstrates that the small amount of buprenorphine diversion that occurs today actually prevents overdoses and reduces heroin and fentanyl use. Buprenorphine has a ceiling effect, which protects against overdose from the medication. And buprenorphine also blocks the effect of other opioids, preventing overdoses from these drugs as well. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine has found that the risk of opioid overdose death declines immediately when patients with OUD initiate buprenorphine. And the DEA has noted that the small amount of diversion is a result of a lack of access to the medication through the healthcare system in a very disciplined fashion. So the best way to expand access to buprenorphine and prevent overdoses is to pass the Mainstream Addiction Treatment Act. We, have had many law enforcement groups and again, the Association of Attorneys General calling for this legislation. We will destroy that black market if we provide for a disciplined addressing of this issue with the professional MDs that will assist in this effort. I think this is the way for us to really address the crisis in our midst.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
I think I just asked the committee staff about national medical organizations if they if any, have endorsed Mr. Tonko's effort. The American Medical Association supports the legislation. The Academy of Family Physicians are in support of the legislation. And as was just mentioned, and I think very importantly, law enforcement professionals. So I know that there's a different view held by Dr. Bouchon, but I think it's important to know for the record the national organizations that do support it. So I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
And thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Doyle.
And I yield back my time.
Thank you. Now, I understand Dr. Dunn would like to speak next. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes. I don't know what's going on with the clock, though. Hold on a second. We're going to restart it. Okay, we're all set. You're recognized.
So thank you. First, I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, Dr. Bouchon and Dr. Burgess. I, too, am very opposed. It's a shame that the short-sighted policy will be likely wrapped up in what is otherwise a commendable mental health package that we're considering today. The opioid epidemic has hit every single one of our districts, and I mourn the loss of my members of my community who've succumbed to this terrible addiction. However, recently my office heard from opioid addiction centers in the district who are extremely concerned with the consequences of the bill. When the folks on the ground actively working to end the opioid epidemic say Congress is getting it wrong, I think we need to listen. There's over 120,000 doctors wavered to provide medication-assisted treatment to opioid addicts, and only half of them are engaged in treatment with patients. 99% of Americans live within 30 miles of an ex-waivered provider. I think it's clear that the ex-waiver is not the barrier to treatment here. This legislation fails to move the needle on opioid addiction and, in fact, in the epidemic. In fact, I think it makes it worse. Today, most opioid deaths are due to fentanyl analogs, not prescribed opioids or heroin, which was just 3 years ago the driver of this epidemic. If a provider wants to engage in medication-assisted treatment, I believe they should obtain a waiver from the DEA, demonstrating they know the ins and outs of fentanyl treatment. Further, there is significant risk of buprenorphine use and diversion, a factor that's not at all addressed in this bill. Buprenorphine is a major cause of overdose death in Europe. When Congress passed the Support Act in 2018, a solid bipartisan bill, we requested data regarding the impact of increased access to buprenorphine from HHS, but they failed to deliver on that requirement. So we remain in the dark regarding how opening access to buprenorphine has worked for the American people. So I'm concerned about my colleagues throwing another poorly considered policy at the wall just to see if it sticks and see if it moves the needle, which I don't think it will. And I think it will be a disservice to the American people. I'm a doctor of 40 years. I'm strongly opposed to this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to vote against it.
Would the gentleman yield?
Ms. Escher, we asked if you would yield, Dr. Dunn. Dr. Dunn? Or maybe he's...
Yes, I yield.
Oh,
Yield
thank
to
you.
Ms. Escher.
Well, I appreciate your yielding to me. I think that what's being spoken to is related to the methadone clinics in our country. And I think that it may be about some competition in the area of treatment, but it is a fact that methadone is far more dangerous than the drug that we're talking about and access to it. So I just wanted to make those points. I appreciate your yielding time, and I yield back to you.
Will Dr.
Thank you.
Dunn
I
yield to
reclaim
me,
my
to
time,
Bouchon?
and I would say that I understand, I reclaim my time. I understand the difference methadone and buprenorphine very intimately. I mean, for physicians, that's a pretty obvious distinction. This is not about methadone clinics. This is about people overdosing on buprenorphine that has been diverted, and that is the single largest cause of overdose deaths in Northern Europe as we speak today. I think fentanyl and fentanyl analogs are a totally different problem, and I'm not sure we're addressing that intelligently with this problem. It's like we're still stuck on heroin. With that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, the remainder.
The gentleman yield to Bouchon.
Dr. Bouchon wants you to yield.
Anytime.
You got 30 seconds.
I just want to say my opposition to this is for medical reasons. It had nothing to do with financial reasons or competition. The methadone clinics are highly regulated, as everyone knows. It's not comparable. It's apples and oranges. I remain opposed to this amendment.
All right. Dr. Dunn, you yield back?
I yield back to the chair.
Go to the Democratic side. I realized, Mr. Welch, that I have to be careful about saying bad things about the Senate because, you know, you may not let me back into the state to visit my alma mater.
Well,
but I'll yield to you.
we all know as long as we're in the House, the Senate's the enemy.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you agree with that.
I'm going to speak in support of this amendment, but first of all, I want to say that it's been such a pleasure on this committee, the bipartisan support we've had to take serious measures to try to deal with this extraordinarily savage attack on the well-being of our citizens. And I often think of our ranking member's comment that these opioid deaths are deaths of despair. And ultimately, we have to build resilient communities so people have support and really have a lot of optimism about life. But in the meantime, treatment really matters, and the ease of access to treatment really, really matters. And I obviously respect the comments of Dr. Bouchon, who's a very qualified and compassionate medical provider. And I heard your comments as being really concerned about the well-being of the patients. So I can't dispute that, but the well-being of the patients also includes ease of access to this life-saving treatment. And it's a tough balance. And I think that Mr. Tonko's bill strikes the right balance, and that's why I am so in support of this. You know, I'm not going to tell you about the tragedies we've had in Vermont because all the stories that I can tell you, you can tell me, and we share that. So I start out with that. But we did, in Vermont, reach the grim milestone of the highest number of fatal doses in 2021. So it's really serious. I believe that this act, the MAD Act, will help our state and many states and communities that are struggling to equip our healthcare providers with a really key treatment option that can save lives and support the healing that is so desperately needed. With that, I yield back and thank my colleague, Mr. Tonko, for this very important legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Mr. Armstrong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act would remove the burdensome requirements that a healthcare provider practitioner apply for a separate waiver known as the X waiver through the Drug Enforcement Agency to prescribe certain drugs such as buprenorphine for substance use treatment. The X waiver requirements limit access to life-saving treatment, which is particularly painful considering the recent news that drug overdose deaths hit a record of over 107,000 in 2021. Just to highlight the arbitrary bureaucratic red tape involved with the X waiver, a health provider may prescribe buprenorphine for pain management, but must go through the process of acquiring the waiver to prescribe the same drug for substance abuse disorder. Last year, SAMHSA took the step in the right direction, exempting providers from X waiver training when they are treating 30 or less patients. However, more needs to be done to address the opioid epidemic, particularly in rural states and communities which lack access to life-saving treatment. In much of North Dakota, primary care practices provide a wide range of care, and these providers are often the only nearby health provider maintaining a certain level of trust and respect within their community. This amendment would immediately benefit these local health providers by removing barriers to prescribing drugs to treat substance abuse disorders and empower them to integrate more treatment options into their practice. Finally, I'd like to address the concerns related to the illicit diversion of buprenorphine. When prescribing buprenorphine for substance use disorder, providers must monitor the patient throughout the treatment plan and ensure they receive the counseling and behavioral guidance warranted by their condition. I trust our healthcare providers will exercise the necessary post-prescription monitoring and prevent the diversion of buprenorphine. I do not want the potential risk of diversion to create barriers in accessing life-saving treatments that could prevent thousands of overdoses we are seeing every year. We desperately need more providers with the ability to prescribe. Access to this treatment is necessary in rural communities, and I urge my colleagues on this committee to support the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Anyone on either side? No, we're still on the Tonko. Ms. Matsui is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The MAT Act is a critical addition to the underlying mental health package, and I strongly support Mr. Tonko's amendment because it provides a common sense solution that would prevent overdoses, increase access to treatment, and reduce stigmas. Now, outdated restrictions on prescribing safe, effective recovery medication have precluded far too many Americans struggling with an opioid use disorder from getting the treatment that they need. Like many communities across this country, increasing overdose deaths fueled by fentanyl from counterfeit prescription pills are a serious problem in the Sacramento region. Fentanyl is more powerful, more addictive, and more dangerous than heroin. It's made the opioid epidemic even deadlier and warrants sustained, bold responses from Congress, including the mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act in this package is a step in the right direction, as it will enable millions of highly trained health professionals to prescribe life-saving addiction treatment. But we need to step up and do more for addiction and mental health. I want to echo Chairwoman Eshu's opening remarks that our work on mental health in this committee is far from done, especially when it comes to youth mental health. Overdose can strike anyone and at any time, and even a small dose can be deadly. In my district, there are one-time casual users, including children dying from an overdose. Adding to these tragedies is the bitter fact that overdose deaths are preventable. We must continue to work across the prevention continuum. A multi-pronged approach should include greater investment in harm reduction strategies and social support systems that will help educate kids and families and ensure widespread distribution of naloxone. I look forward to continuing our work here to provide greater support to communities on the front lines of the fentanyl crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Matsui. Anyone else on the Tonko amendment to the Ains? All right, then let's proceed to vote on that. Let's see. This is, do they want a roll call? Dr. Boucher, you want to, okay, we're going to have a roll call. No? You don't? You do want it? Or you don't care? Okay. All right, so let's go to a recorded vote is ordered on the Tonko amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshu.
Aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky, can you please repeat your vote? I didn't see you on camera.
Go on.
Okay, I'm on camera. See me?
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes yes.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your vote?
Dingell votes aye. I'm losing my voice.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin.
votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye. O'Halloran
Miss-
votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, can you please repeat your vote? I didn't see you on camera.
Yeah, votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Milton Long in Congress votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
We have members who haven't. Who was that? Mr. Welch?
Mr.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Ms. DeGette is
Get
not.
votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Mr. Rush? Going once, going twice. All right, anyone else who wants to be recorded? Otherwise, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 45 and the nays were 10.
So the vote is 45 ayes and 10 noes, so the Tonko amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I have an amendment.
Ms. Trahan has an amendment?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Rogers for your commitment to investing in
No,
mental.
I'm sorry, but we have to report the amendment first. The clerk has it, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666, offered by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts. At the
All
end
right,
of
Madam
title,
Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Trahan amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Rogers for your commitment to investing in mental health, wellness, and substance use disorder. The amendment that I'm offering today will simply give prescribers of controlled substances the necessary tools to identify, treat, and manage their patients with a substance use disorder. The lack of adequate education in the identification, treatment, and management of patients with SUD is particularly acute among prescribers of DEA-controlled medications. Across different clinical settings, these healthcare professionals often interact with and have opportunities to provide effective interventions for individuals with substance use disorder, critical opportunities to saving lives. But far too often, those chances to help are missed. In fact, this point was brought up in this very committee during a hearing in reference to a National Academies paper that found that most clinicians could not confidently diagnose and treat patients with substance use disorder. Stigma, discrimination, and lack of understanding about addiction, including within the medical community, have prevented far too many Americans from accessing evidence-based care for this chronic treatable disease. The idea for the MAID Act came to light when a physician in my home state of Massachusetts, Dr. Jim Baker, came to me with the tragic story of his son, Max. Dr. Baker was visiting his primary care physician one day when his PCP asked him if there was anything he could help with. Dr. Baker pleaded with his PCP for help with Max's opioid addiction. To Dr. Baker's surprise, his PCP did not have adequate education or understanding of OUD to point Dr. Baker in the direction of appropriate treatment for Max. Tragically, Max Baker died from an overdose at just 23 years old. Now, every member sitting here today knows that Dr. Baker's story is not unique. In fact, each and every one of us have heard similar stories from our constituents, from families who were willing to do anything, everything to save the life of a loved one battling addiction. In almost every hearing and markup this committee has held, the opioid crisis and the hundreds of thousands of lives it's claimed is almost always mentioned. Remarks delivered about the addiction crisis, the need to save lives, and not wasting another moment to act. With this amendment and the underlying package, we have the chance to put those words into action. We have the chance to advance a meaningful policy today that works for the patient by requiring prescribers of controlled substances to take a one-time, non-burdensome training on substance use disorder. I will repeat it so it's clear. This is a one-time, non-additive, 8-hour training that can also be used for other CME purposes like satisfying state licensing requirements. The burden on doctors is light, and the benefit is enormous. Being trained to effectively spot signs of addiction in a patient, to treat them with compassion, dignity, and care that they deserve, and to direct them to the right services so that they can treat their addiction, like prescribing evidence-based treatment. There is simply no argument as to why doctors who prescribe strong pain medication should not know about substance use disorder as well. We have the chance to make a real difference by making education on substance use disorder the standard, not the exception. And I implore my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this amendment today. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Trahan. Anyone on the Republican side? Dr. Burgess is recognized.
I'd like to, I seek recognition to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I am opposed to the amendment. I appreciate the gentlelady having spoken with me individually on this. Again, I cannot stress enough, the problem here is not your physician. The problem is that the enormity of fentanyl coming across the southern border. Look, when this committee had the opportunity to work on the Support Act 2 or 3 Congresses ago, it was a different disease. It was predominantly opiates that were prescribed that were being improperly used. It has morphed. Now it is fentanyl produced in China by Chinese scientists, and it is flooding across our southern border unchecked. And guess what? It's going to get worse when Title 42 restrictions are suspended later this month. We need to focus our efforts on interrupting the supply of fentanyl that is coming into this country and further burdening physicians. We already have to do this for our state licenses. We already spend 4 years in medical school, many of us years in residency. The addictive nature of drugs is not something that is new to you, to your physician or your physician community. I appreciate the reason that this is brought forward, but again, I think the focus is wrong, and we need to be focused on security at the southern border, not further burdening our physicians. And I'll be happy to yield to anyone else who wants to speak on this.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to yield, Dr. Bouchon.
Thank you for yielding. The irony just strikes me of what we're talking about here, this amendment and the previous amendment. In the previous amendment, we're making an argument that we should eliminate training requirements to prescribe one of the most diverted drugs, narcotics in America, in the hope that this will expand treatment programs, when, as Dr. Dunn pointed out, it's killing patients in Europe. And in the very next amendment, of course, it's the physician's fault. So what we need to do is we need to add specific training requirements for physicians to be able to assess and evaluate whether someone is addicted to narcotics or not. Again, the irony of one, we try to loosen the requirements, and in previous changes to the law that I also opposed, we allowed nurse midwives and others to prescribe buprenorphine, but now we want to add in a requirement, oh, well, the doctors, the physicians out there, they have to have another requirement, training requirement, because that's clearly what the problem is that doctors in this country, after going through medical school and state requirements, still don't understand how to assess and evaluate patients who may be addicted to narcotics. I mean, it's just absurd. And I want to associate myself with Dr. Burgess's requirements. Why don't we address the pounds and pounds, well, tens of pounds of medication? Last year, we caught enough fentanyl going across the southern border to kill billions of people. Not millions, not tens of thousands, billions of people. And yet we ignore that, right? We're not doing anything about it. The most people who are dying, 107,000 people died last year in this country from drug overdoses. People in my district are dying from fentanyl. You know, people use a medication they got off the street one time, they die from it. We're ignoring that, but again, Congress at the federal level wants to add another training requirement on top of the states for physicians to be just better educated, and that's the problem we have in America with addiction. I'll be voting against this amendment, and I just think the irony between these two amendments can't be overstated. I yield back to Dr. Burgess.
And I thank the gentleman for his comments. Again, let me stress, it is fentanyl produced by Chinese scientists in Chinese labs, infiltrated into our country by drug cartels in Mexico. That is the problem, and that's where Congress should focus. I yield back.
Thanks, Dr. Burgess. And Chairwoman Eshoo is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I think there are a couple of points that are important to state for the record. First of all, in the previous debate on buprenorphine, that is a Schedule 3 drug. That is not, it is not the most dangerous drug. So we need to know where these drugs are classified. The pain medications are Schedule 2. They're methadone, oxycodone, fentanyl. Those are Schedule 2 drugs. What, as I understand the gentlewoman's amendment, this is education for all controlled substances. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Do we assume, I can't assume that my primary care physician is schooled, is educated, comfortable relative to one of these controlled substances. So this is in no way to hammer physicians. I think it adds to their portfolio. Who's going to benefit from it? Patients. They're the people that we want to help. That's what this is designed to do. So I think that we, look, Schedule 1 are deadly. We know that. Schedule 2 are, the pain medications, not to be fooled around with. I'm not diminishing what they represent. Schedule 3 should not be elevated to the most dangerous because it's not. It's listed as Schedule 3. But across the board, I think that education is very important. And when you have educated physicians on all controlled substances, then the access that someone has is, most frankly, that much richer. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo. Mr. Carter is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And may I remind my colleague, Ms. Eshoo, she just made the comment that Schedule 1 drugs are killers. Marijuana is a Schedule 1 drug, so thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. Also, I want to express my due respect to the physicians on this committee for their opinion on this legislation. And I do respect them, and I do understand how they feel about this. But as a pharmacist for many years, I also have strong feelings about this, primarily because of the inconsistency of the composite boards of medicine throughout the country. And I do believe that we need something to be more uniform. I've witnessed it in my state and in other states that I have practiced in that they are inconsistent in how they apply the continuing ed on this particular, on the use of opioids. So I want to thank Chairman Pallone and Leader Rogers for including this Medication Access and Training Expansion Act in today's markup. Representative Trahan and I appreciate the engagement with our colleagues on the committee and stakeholders, including provider groups and patient advocates, which resulted in improvements to the language before us today. And there were improvements to the language, and I appreciate that. We do have a problem. The CDC released new data last week showing a record number of overdose deaths, 107,000 lives lost in 2020 and 2021. And experts predict that the crisis will not stop in the next few years. In 2019, the national nonprofit Shatterproof conducted a provider study which found that only 1 in 4 of those providers had received training on addiction during medical education. Less than 1/3 of surveyed emergency room OBGYN or pediatric providers felt prepared to screen, diagnose, provide brief intervention for, or discuss and provide treatment for opioid use disorder. This MATE Act would establish a one-time substance use disorder education requirement tied to a provider's federal DEA registration, which is required to prescribe controlled substances. Most states have continuing education requirements in place, and the one-time training requirement would not create any additional burden for those providers. As more and more individuals present with substance use disorders in a variety of settings from primary care to the emergency room, all medical professionals need to be equipped to care for these patients in crisis. It is a matter of life and death, and I ask that my colleagues support the MAID Act for every American in need of treatment for substance use disorders. Again, I want to thank my physician friends on this committee and colleagues on this committee for their very valid points. I could not agree more about the problem with fentanyl and the fentanyl that's coming across our border. Yes, that is the problem. However, as a practicing pharmacist for many years, for over 30 years, I can tell you that at times I felt like a policeman, and that I was supposed to be making a decision on whether a physician's prescription was legitimate or not. And I don't think that's what we were, I know that's not what we were trained for. That's why I think this is necessary. I am not questioning anybody's training. And I understand that doctors are some of the most well-trained professionals, the most well-trained professionals, in my opinion, out there, have an enormous amount of respect. But I do think this is necessary. I do think it's necessary because of the big problem that we have right now with addiction in our country, and because of my experience as a pharmacist and seeing prescriptions being written by physicians and disciplines that they have no reason to be writing these prescriptions at all, and they should at least have some minimum training as a result of that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I encourage people to vote for this, and I yield back.
Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about it already. At the U.S. border, there's been 10,856 pounds of fentanyl seized in 2021. Seized in 2021. Last time I checked, that's the Biden administration and the Border Protection doing their job, seizing fentanyl from the border. And a little fact check moment, border officials seized nearly as much fentanyl in the last 9 months of Trump's presidency as had been seized in the first full 9 months of Biden's presidency. That means both administrations have been fighting to seize fentanyl from the border. This is an issue. We all agree on that, and that we need funding for it. But that's not this committee's jurisdiction. That's Homeland Security. That's appropriations. This committee is charged with dealing with the addiction itself, and that's why I applaud this bipartisan amendment. There is a stigma among some, and this training is going to help get over that stigma, and we do need to work together to continue to stop fentanyl from coming in. I yield back.
Mr. Dunn, and then we'll go to Ms. Lesko. Mr. Dunn, recognized for
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to associate myself with the comments by Dr. Burgess, Dr. Bouchon. This committee voted favorably on an amendment to remove the X-waiver requirement and educational requirement and its associated 8 hours of training for providers who wish to engage in medication-assisted treatment of opioid use disorder. Now, we're considering another amendment that will add an 8-hour training requirement for all prescribers of all drugs schedules 2 through 5. That's basically every prescription drug there is. Buprenorphine is a Schedule 3 drug included in this rule. This seems entirely inconsistent to me. Which is it? Do providers need more training, or is training the barrier to opioid treatment? Clearly, we don't know. This committee should make informed decisions, but we don't have this critical data from HHS. This policy will not help those living with opioid use disorder and fentanyl addictions, especially the fentanyl overdoses. Not only are the requirements in this amendment duplicative, it's also extremely unclear the extensive past training that essentially all physicians receive will be evaluated or if it will satisfy the requirements. Bogging down doctors with additional training on information they already learned, not only in med school, but regularly, annually, or biannually through state CME requirements, isn't the answer here. This is a bad amendment. Providers don't support it. It doesn't belong in the mental health package. I encourage my colleagues to vote against it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. Anyone else on the Democratic side? All right, I'll just strike a list. We do have someone? Mr. Doyle?
I strike the last word, Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
and I will yield to Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. You know, I have had many conversations with my colleagues on the other side, and I really do appreciate the openness by which Dr. Burgess and I have communicated. We just want to say a couple of things. Certainly, we need to do more to combat fentanyl and getting it off our streets, and we need to make sure that doctors are adequately trained. Despite the impact and the pervasiveness of the opioid epidemic, most clinicians cannot confidently diagnose and treat patients with SUD. A 2016 survey of general internists found that the majority felt unprepared to screen, diagnose, refer, or discuss treatment options with patients with SUD. So there is an urgent need to systematically increase the number of clinicians who are equipped to identify and treat OUD. Just like every time I go to the doctor's office and they ask me if I feel safe at home, we have to make that discussable at every point of contact with a doctor. And Dr. Bouchon, this is not blame here. This is us just answering the call for sufficient clinician training. And in terms of elimination of the X waiver while we're giving tools to DEA prescribers to help patients, look, full elimination of the X waiver is aimed at removing barriers, taking the friction out of being able to prescribe a tried and true treatment in buprenorphine for treatment of OUD. The education requirement in MATE gives prescribers the tools they need to identify and then treat addiction. Many prescribers have said, as I mentioned previously, that they're just not comfortable with identifying addiction, and this is why MATE is so necessary. So while I so appreciate the debate back and forth, I just want to clarify, because we can't afford to miss any more opportunities because of a lack of training, and that's what this amendment is intended to do. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Doyle yields back. Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I think all of us want to make sure that people that are addicted get help and that doctors are educated on identifying these patients and what they can do about prescribing narcotics. I do think that Dr. Bouchon has a valid point. I believe doctors are educated on this issue, and I wanted to just share how some constituents have come to me and said that they're having a hard time getting their regular pain medication that they legitimately need for a chronic or some type of pain issue. And I think sometimes we, in our urge to help solve this problem, we overregulate and we do things that have unintended consequences, where doctors are now even a little bit nervous about prescribing narcotic drugs or pain medications, and so they refer the patient then to a psychiatrist or someone else, and then the patient has to go to another doctor, which will add extra cost, or maybe they can't afford to go to that doctor. So I think I'm going to vote no on this amendment, not because it's not a valid point, but just I think sometimes we regulate things too much that it has adverse effects. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lesko. I'm just going to, I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to strike the last word myself very briefly.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word as well. I can speak after you, of course.
All right, I'll yield to you or whatever you want. I'm very much supportive of the Trahan amendment. I understand that no professional groups, lawyers, doctors, no one, accountants wants, federal mandates, for their training. But I just think that in this case, because of the overdose crisis, that we should step in and do this. I mean, there were over 100,000 Americans who died from overdoses last year. And I also, my understanding, and Ms. Tran, correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard Dr. Dunn talk about state training, but under your bill, the state-required trainings would count towards the federal requirement established by the bill, as would curriculum provided in most medical schools today. So if there is, for the majority of practitioners, no extra work is necessary. We're just trying to say that if you don't get that training, you don't, then we really think you should have it. And so I just wanted to add that point as well. Did you want me to yield to you, Dr. Ruiz? Or you want your own time?
Sure, I think, no, well.
I'll
why don't
yield to
give
you.
him I don't know if this is going to take more than the time allotted.
You got 4 minutes. You might as well take my time, and then we'll see.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I understand the importance of provider training and will vote for the amendment. But I do have concerns about potential disruptions in care, particularly amid severe healthcare workforce shortages. Given rural, independent, or small practices more time to be aware of the requirement and to do the training will reduce the risk of them not being able to renew their DEA license and as a result, not able to practice or care for patients. Specifically, I have concerns that medical providers will not have appropriate notice from the DEA for these new training requirements and enough time to fulfill them. I share Ms. Trahan's goal of increasing provider education and patient access to substance use disorder treatment, but we should make sure providers are aware of new training requirements. This could be addressed by requiring DEA to provide all practitioners with a notification of this new requirements. So, Mr. Chairman, I feel strongly that these issues be resolved as we work towards final passage of the mental health package and would like to ask for your commitment to work with me to address these concerns before full consideration on the House floor.
Yeah, you yield to me. Oh, I guess it's my time. All right, I'll take back my time. So look, I appreciate your expressing your concern about administrative notification once the bill is enacted. And I discussed this with Ranking Member Rogers and Guthrie and with Representative Trahan. And we agree to work on a proposal for an additional DEA notification. So I commit to working with you to address these concerns before final passage on the House floor. So, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just don't want to see patients not get the care, the legitimate care they need because a physician wasn't able to get their DEA license renewed. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and yield back.
Thank you. And Dr. Buchon, I yield to you.
Yeah, I'd like to strike the last word. I will be brief.
Do you want to take my time or you want your own?
I'll take my own. I'm just going to be brief.
All right. So I yield back. Has he already had time? All right, so you want to?
Under Dr. Burgess.
He may have too. No? Burgess did. All right. Oh, you haven't had time. Okay, so I'll recognize Dr. Buchon for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that under the buprenorphine expansion that we've been doing over the last 3 or 4 years, physicians, physician assistants, nurse practitioners, clinical nurse specialists, certified registered nurse anesthetists, and certified nurse midwives, and a couple of others can now prescribe buprenorphine. So we're making the argument in this amendment that the physicians, specifically physicians, need specialized training to identify patients who have a narcotic addiction so that they can properly treat them. So on one hand, we're saying, well, all of these people here, and nothing against any of these professionals, they can prescribe buprenorphine, and we're eliminating, in the current amendment, we're eliminating the extra training requirement for them to be trained to get it, to prescribe buprenorphine. But in this one, we're just addressing physicians. I mean, I think it'd be more practical and less confusing of an amendment if it included everyone that is now eligible to prescribe buprenorphine should be required as part of their training and licensure. If you're doing it at the federal level, first of all, I disagree with federal level licensure requirements. I think it should be continue to be state-driven. But that said, if we're going to do something at the federal level, well, maybe we should have every class of individual that is going to treat people who have narcotic addiction with buprenorphine, maybe they should all have training for extra 8 hours so that they can adequately identify patients who need buprenorphine therapy. So I just think, all of these things are well-intended, and I totally understand that, and all my colleagues are doing what they think is right, and I get that, but it's just inconsistent, and I think we need more work on this. I mean, and again, if this amendment was requiring this training for everyone that currently we've authorized to prescribe buprenorphine or any medication-assisted treatment, I mean, I could see it would be more consistent. This is, this seems like this is singling out physicians, which would be MDs, DOs, for them to take this extra training, even though it's one time, but we're leaving behind nurse midwives, certified nurse anesthetists, clinical nurse specialists, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and allowing them to prescribe buprenorphine there's no extra training for them, I don't think, because the Tonko Amendment's going to eliminate that. It just doesn't make sense.
Will the gentleman yield?
Who is this? Yes, I will, Ms. Trahan, sure.
No, I appreciate it. And so just for clarification, it's the one-time, sort of non-burdensome 8 hours of training is for anyone who has a DEA license. So that includes non-physicians like nurse practitioners and physician assistants. So we're not singling out physicians, and I do want to keep sort of the buprenorphine and access and education or the ability to prescribe that separate from, all of the points of contact where somebody is coming in for care, whether that's in an emergency room, a primary care room, a specialty, whatnot, on every level who they're meeting with. There could be an opportunity to have a conversation about addiction and get the stigma right out of the providers, right out of that room, and that's what this is trying.
Okay, I reclaim my time. Thanks for that clarification, I appreciate that. Anyone that has a DEA, is qualified to get a DEA licensure under their training, that makes more sense, because my impression was it was physicians for the training. So if that includes certified midwives, certified registered nurse anesthetists, which it would include them, nurse practitioners, clinical nurse specialists, physician assistants, if all of those people want to apply and get a DEA license, and then they're covered under this extra training, then that makes sense to me. But the reality is what we've done in the law, my understanding is they can prescribe buprenorphine under what we've done without a DEA. So hopefully people will get their DEA, and if they do, then this amendment would make a little more sense to me. So with that, I yield back.
Right. Dr. Bouchon, so now we go to Ms. Eshu, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to state for the record that buprenorphine is Schedule 3. That schedule requires training. This isn't something that's new. Isn't that correct? It's not?
It requires a DEA license.
It requires a DEA license, and that then requires the training that this amendment has built into it. You're shaking your head no.
No, I mean, I'd have to have clarification on that.
I'd be happy to yield.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Based
We
on,
have to do that around here.
yeah, I know, sorry about that. Based on, I thought you'd ask me a question, so,
No.
Based on training, whoever is can qualify to get a DEA number, that's what we're talking about here. Yeah, and I off the top of my head, I don't know, I know for MDs, but I don't know.
Does the author of the amendment have any idea how many of those that are all covered, as you stated to Dr. Bouchon, as an excellent clarification, how many already have that training, are required for the training?
Yeah.
So we're not starting from scratch. Most of the covered professionals already take this training, correct?
Yep, so I would not be able to give you exact numbers, Madam Chair. look, one of the reasons why it's important, or it's incredibly complimentary that MATE and MAT pass at the same time is, requiring most controlled medication prescribers to attest on their initial registration or renewal of a DEA application that they are an addiction specialist, physician, or have completed at least 8 hours of education on treating and managing patients with SUD from one or more accredited organizations or an accredited health professional school or residency program. Again, this would not prevent the use of this education both for purposes of satisfying the one-time DEA registration requirement and for other purposes such as satisfying state licensing requirements. So eliminate the requirement that practitioners apply for a separate DEA waiver to prescribe buprenorphine for OUD, along with the X waivers.
Right, but
patient
just
limits.
reclaiming my time, we're doing nothing in the MAT Act that will allow a provider to prescribe the BUP without a DEA license. The X waiver was a requirement above the DEA license to describe the buprenorphine. So I think that the time that we've taken to clarify all of this is time well spent. But I'm satisfied that we're on the right track here. And I want to thank the gentlewoman for the work, the time and the work that she's put into this, and and the thoughtful comments of members on both sides of the issue and the aisle. Yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. We're on the Trahan Amendment to the Ains. Does anyone else want to address this? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. I assume this is a recorded vote? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered on the Trahan Amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis, can you please repeat your vote? I didn't see you on camera.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm on camera. Okay, now I think we got, Bilirakis votes aye. Can you hear me? Did you see me?
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
No. Yeah, we want it bad.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
And yes, Ms. DeGette.
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Anyone else who hasn't voted and wants to be recorded? Mr. Butterfield? Okay, I think that's everyone who seeks to be recorded. The clerk will the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 46 and the nays were 8.
Okay, so the vote on the Trahan amendment is 46 ayes to 8 noes. The amendment is agreed to. Do we have any further amendments to the Ains?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I have an
Mr.
amendment
Upton?
at the desk.
The clerk will report the Upton amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666, offered by Mr. Upton of Michigan. At
Without
the end,
objection, the reading of the Upton amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and your staff. I thank my leader, Ms. Rogers, and her staff as well. This amendment is based on H.R. 2929, a bill that I worked on with our colleague, Susie Lee. It expands upon the private sector efforts to provide access to peer support services, including virtual peer support, to help folks with similar lived experiences, including veterans and those who have experienced homelessness, connect with each other, and also offer support. We know that research and real-world evidence has shown that engaging with a trained mental health peer specialist in individual and group settings can offer needed support to maintain wellness, lead to better connectedness with mental health treatment, and assist individuals in crisis obtain needed care, which is so important. This program is similar to one that was authorized under the Support Act for individuals living with a substance use disorder. So the pandemic lockdowns demonstrated that access to mental health support and treatment is needed and can be delivered through virtual modalities. This amendment is going to help deliver much-needed access to support and care that individuals across the country are lacking, particularly in rural communities.
One outcome of the amendment will be to help connect rural veterans and others who may not have individuals geographically nearby to each other. So the amendment also provides a provision placing priority on supporting efforts to engage rural communities. Access to these peer support groups improve individuals' relationships with their healthcare provider. For sure, it reduces expensive inpatient service use. It reduces recurrent psychiatric hospitalizations for patients at risk with readmissions. It improves individuals' relationships with their healthcare provider. It better engages individuals in care and significantly increases individuals' abilities to manage their symptoms and reduce their reliance on formal services while still achieving positive recovery outcomes. I would note that this amendment is supported by a whole slew of mental health advocacy groups, including the Depression and Bipolar Support Alliance, the National Association of Peer Supporters, the National Council for Mental Well-Being, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Mental Health America, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the National Association of Behavioral Health, the National Association of County Behavioral Health and Development Disability Directors, and the National Association for Rural Mental Health. Thank you for the opportunity to offer this amendment. I'd like to think that I know that it has strong bipartisan support. It ought to be included as part of this. Those of us that return virtually every week to our districts know the need for this as we sit down with many of our veterans who deserve this service. For all of us, I know veterans' votes are often the easiest ones that we ever cast. This ought to be an easy one, too. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Ms. Custer is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to speak in support of this amendment, the Virtual Peer Support Act. I was proud to help introduce this legislation with my colleagues Susie Lee and Congressman Fred Upton and see it included in our bipartisan addiction and mental health task force legislative agenda. This amendment will increase access to peer support programming, an evidence-based, cost-effective way to expand affordable and accessible mental health care across the country. Peer support programs are programs where peer specialists use their own mental health and recovery experience and their state-certified training to offer support, coping skills, and community to others living with mental health conditions. Peer support programs can be done via virtual settings or in person, allowing this in-demand care to reach at-risk populations such as rural areas, seniors, veterans, and adolescents. During the pandemic, organizations that host virtual peer support groups have seen registrations double, and the wait lists have grown by 166%. It's clear we're facing a national mental health crisis. This amendment is a timely, cost-effective, and common-sense way to meet our nation's need for affordable and accessible mental health care. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. We're on the Upton Amendment to the Ains. Does anyone else want to speak on this? It appears to be bipartisan. All right, can we have a voice? Ms. Lesko is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I guess I'm going to make a statement which has a question in it. My understanding is this is a new program that will add $12 million in cost. And I would like Mr. Upton or anyone else to tell me if that's not the case. My concern, as you can tell from my previous speaking, is about our cost and our budget. And I think we have to balance it out even with worthy programs like this. So that's my question. Is this
If the gentlelady is, will yield.
I will
Gentlelady
yield.
is correct. It is a new program. And again, I would just note briefly that as I have met with many of our returning vets to my district in Southwest Michigan, this is and my mental health care providers, this is a program that we ought to have, and that's why. But it is new, and you're right at about the estimated cost.
Thank you.
Subject, of course, to appropriation.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on the Upton Amendment? If not, we're going to go to a recorded vote has been requested. So, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Upton Amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the Upton Amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshu.
Eshu votes aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky.
Votes aye.
Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui.
Votes yes. Butterfield votes yes.
Oh, Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Yes.
Votes yes.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
BC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone
Chairman, how
who,
am I recorded?
who is that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Doyle. How am I recorded?
Mr. Doyle, you are not recorded.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Castor?
She's not
Ms.
recorded.
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Mr.
Chairman,
Sarbanes?
It's recorded.
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Ms.
Mr.
Badagon?
Mullen recorded?
Or Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen is not recorded.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. Badagon is
Chairman.
not recorded.
I think she's there.
Badagon votes aye.
Ms. Badagon votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to vote?
Mr. Chairman, am I recorded?
Ms. Clark?
I have Ms. Clark as aye.
You're recorded as aye. Anyone else? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 55 and the nays were 1.
All right, so the vote on the Upton Amendment is 55 ayes to 1 no. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the Ains? Mr. Cardenas has an amendment.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the Cardenas amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666 offered by Mr. Cardenas of California. At the end,
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Cardenas amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. It has been over a decade since Congress required by law that mental health must have parity with physical health in terms of insurance coverage. But just a few months ago, the U.S. Department of Labor, HHS, and the Department of Treasury issued a joint report which found, and I quote, health plans and health insurance insurers are failing to deliver parity for mental health and substance use disorder benefits to those they cover, end quote. To be even clearer about what this report found, of more than 1,000 parity analysis requested of health plans, the Department of Labor did not receive a single one, not one, and that was insufficient, that is inappropriate. I bring this up not only because noncompliance at this stage, well over a decade later, is unacceptable, but also because the success of our response to the mental health epidemic that we are seeing in this country depends on it. Without adequate coverage for mental health services, patients delay care. This oftentimes leads to them worsening without any relief, sometimes ending up in the hospital, and yes, sometimes even death. Studies have indicated a dramatic disparity in coverage for mental health services. For example, one study found that between 2013 and 2017, the use of out-of-network behavioral health visits were between 7 to 11.5 times higher than for primary care visits in an analysis of over 11 states. This lack of coverage also impacts youth mental health as well. The same study found that out-of-network visit rates are higher among children. In fact, a behavioral health visit for a child was just over 10 times more likely to be out-of-network than a primary care visit. These statistics reveal just one small piece of a complex series of barriers to accessing mental health care in America. It is critical to maintain mental health care, just as we emphasize maintaining physical health care. But without adequate financial support to ensure those services are affordable, people are simply unable to access the type of services they need. This amendment would offer grant funding to states to ensure that there are enough resources to oversee insurance compliance with the parity requirements. People need relief now, and my bill will be a step towards offering much needed help. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Does anyone want to speak in support of this, Mr. Hudson? Or either way?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I believe every member of this committee would agree on the importance of ensuring mental health and substance use disorder parity and access, I have concerns with the need, the appropriateness, and the precedent of the amendment offered today. I do believe states need to ensure plans are working towards proper compliance with the current parity requirements and with the prevention of unnecessary denials. However, I question the necessity of authorizing additional funds for another grant program to the states at this time. Just earlier this week, in unveiling a massive $300 billion spending package for the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom revealed the state was swimming in a flush $97.5 billion budget surplus. Even the governor admitted this level of surplus is, quote, simply without precedent, end quote, claiming, quote, no other state in American history has ever experienced a surplus as large as this, end quote. Wow, that's something. And it's not just the state of California. Recent reporting found that all 50 states have a budget surplus in the millions of dollars. 29 states have more than $1 billion. These 29 states together equate to more than $173.9 billion in additional funds at the state's disposal. While it would be nice to commend the governors for their work tightening their budget belts, these surpluses are not the result of strong fiscal restraint. Many states point directly to the American Rescue Plan funding.
That's what we should have.
States are already required to enforce mental health and substance abuse parity. Should Congress be indefinitely subsidizing what states are already supposed to be doing? And with that, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do so. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Eshu is recognized.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank Congressman Cardenas for offering this amendment and for his hard work in improving enforcement of the federal mental health parity law. Many of the members that are now part of this committee were not around in 2008 when the law was put into place. I can tell you, on both sides of the aisle, there were massive celebrations. Senator Domenici in the Senate, in the House, our beloved Patrick Kennedy, they all helped to put in place the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act, and that was to ensure access to mental health services, that it would not be any more restrictive than access to any other health care. We all know that mental health has been the stepchild of America's healthcare system. And it really pains me that 14 years later, after what we did, some insurance companies are still denying care to people with mental illnesses. It's not just my constituents, it's across the country in every single congressional district. Now, this doesn't only have dire consequences for patients, it's also against the law. This amendment helps right the wrong by providing states with the much-needed funding. And, you know, funding is in the eyes of the beholder. It's either an unfunded mandate that members would speak up against, or they don't need the money because they have the money. So whatever lens people view this through, remember this, that the law we put in place and who is doing what to it is unlawful. I think that these grants are a step in the right direction. Certainly the appropriators are going to make that decision. It's my hope that this committee and that legislation came out of this committee will continue to push forward any necessary legislation so that insurance companies can be accountable for their actions and no longer avoid their obligations under the law. I think it's time we finally end the unfair treatment of Americans that need mental health services, and I think that this is an important vote for each one of us to take. I hope that we send this to the full House with this amendment included, and I yield back.
Will the gentlewoman yield? This is Cardenas. Will the gentlewoman?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
Yield the balance?
Glad to.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate my colleagues voicing their concerns, and also gives me an opportunity to remind all of us that the state of California, the largest economy of any state in the nation, is a donor state to our federal coffers. And there's nothing in this legislation that is going to, in my amendment, that is going to contribute to the national debt. As a matter of fact, under this current president and this administration and this Congress, we've actually been reducing the debt with the budget that we just passed, the appropriations that we just passed recently. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind all of us that, yes, this is something that needs to be corrected. These insurance companies throughout the country need to follow the law. It's been over a decade. It's high time that we get this in order and mental health gets the attention it deserves, because when it does, it will be life-saving. So I just wanted to remind all of us that this is an opportunity for us to use the carrot and not the stick. And unfortunately, if we are not going to use grants, then we may have to look at other amendments in the future and other legislation in the future. So I think this is a great balance of opportunity for us to do the right thing and to pass legislation to urge a well overdue opportunity for mental health in America, for our American citizens, for our American taxpayers to finally get the law enacted in every community, in every state in the nation. And with that, thank you. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding her time. I yield back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman. We're on the Cardenas Amendment. Does anyone else want to speak about it? All right, we'll go to a vote. Are we going to have a roll call?
Yes, we'd like a
Roll call. All right, there'll be a recorded vote on the Cardenas Amendment. And a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Cardenas Amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney, California, aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Taco of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Us from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis?
Votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
Votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Ms. Degat?
Ms. Degat votes aye.
Anyone else?
Chairman?
Yes?
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Butterfield?
Who speaks?
Mr. Butterfield is not
Butterfield.
recorded.
Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded? Craig of Minnesota.
Ms. Craig is not recorded.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Is there anyone else who seeks to be recorded and is not? No? All right, the clerk will report the tally on the Upton Amendment. I'm sorry, not the Upton Amendment, on the Cardenas Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 24.
Okay, so the vote is 31 ayes to 24 noes on the Cardenas Amendment, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the Ains? Does Mr. Curtis has an amendment at the desk?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, will you report the Curtis amendment?
Amendment to H.R. 7666 offered by Mr. Curtis of Utah, page 122.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Curtis amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Chair Pallone, and Ranking Member Rogers for holding this important hearing today. I intend to withdraw my amendment, but I want to raise an awareness to a very important issue. My amendment is very simple. Everyone agrees mental health, behavioral health coverage is important. This is why Congress shouldn't place additional mandates on private businesses until the administration provides guidance that Congress has requested for many years. Congress has expressed bipartisan support for this guidance. The last 3 times the House passed mental health parity standards, these bills included explicit language on illustrative examples of parity the Labor Department must provide. Broad examples of compliance and non-compliance, specific examples of medical management standards and network admission standards. The language is very clear, very instructive, and very obvious as to what Congress is asking of the Labor Department with respect to issuing comprehensive, clear guidance. In fact, the latest version of the illustrative examples was cut and paste from a Joe Kennedy bill from last Congress. I support mental health parity, and I support additional guidance for plans to get this right. This language has been signed into law twice and has cleared the chamber 3 times in less than a decade. Many of you have already voted to support illustrative compliance guidelines in committee and on the floor. The most recent time these guidelines instructions passed 4 committees and 2 chambers and agreed to the guidance in a bicameral, bipartisan fashion. Congress did not intend for compliance to be a mind-reading exercise. It's overdue to provide practical, real-life examples of how industry can comply with these standards. I urge members to support my bill. I'm prepared to withdraw my amendment, but it's my hope we will work together in a bipartisan manner to find consensus before this package is enacted. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment and yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Yes, and we will work on it.
Thank you.
So the Curtis amendment has been withdrawn. Do we have any other amendments to the Ains? Hearing none, we'll go to the Ains. Okay. Well, are you?
There we go. No voice.
If there's no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7666 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. Now we will go to the final passage of the bill, H.R. 7666, to the House. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 7666 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 7666 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and therefore H.R. 7666 as amended is reported to the full House. All right, we have a few more bills. Chair now calls up H.R. 7233, the Keeping Incarceration Discharges Streamlined for Children and Accommodating Resources in Education Act, or the Kids Cares Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the title of this bill.
The committee print for H.R. 7233 to amend Title 19.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment. Is there anyone that wants to speak on the underlying bill? Okay, does anyone want to amend this bill? Mr. Hudson. Oh, the ranking member is recognized. Mrs. Rogers. You spoke. Mr. Hudson, do you have an amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the clerk will report the Hudson Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233 offered by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina. Strike
Without
all.
objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Hudson Ains will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of substitute on H.R. 7233, the Keeping Incarceration Discharges Streamlined for Children and Accommodating Resources in Education Act, also known as the Kids Care Act. I'm proud to lead H.R. 7233 along with Representative Ann Custer and Ashley Henson, and urge the full committee to consider favorably and adopt this AINS. This bill was reported favorably from our Health Subcommittee by a vote of 32-0, and I hope for a similar support today. The Kids Care Act would support kids as they transition out of incarceration by having state Medicaid programs establish a plan to conduct physical, mental, and behavioral health screenings for eligible children prior to release from prison. After the screenings, these children would then be offered a referral service to seek additional help, support, and services based on their own specific needs. The bill also aims to improve school-based health services. Currently, elementary and high schools have the ability to provide and receive reimbursement for certain health services carried out within the school system. However, we've heard from school administrators that this submissions and claims process is burdensome, disjointed, and confusing, essentially making it unworkable. Our bill would direct the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to update its school-based claims guide, including providing best practices for schools and school health centers. This would help schools cut red tape, decrease administrative burdens, and increase the availability of already existing services. This is especially important for small and rural school districts like those in my community, which are more likely unable to manage the bureaucratic burdens. In talking to our own North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, we received much support and very helpful feedback on this legislation. Experts agree. Not only will the screenings and referral process help establish a landing spot for those recently released, but they will improve coordination of services and greatly improve the overall well-being of our vulnerable kids. I would encourage other members of the committee, if you've not done so, to talk to your own state agencies on the impact this bill will bring to your states. For instance, we incorporated direct feedback from our state partners on the addition of a case management transition service for the 30 days post-release. This will help to coordinate the necessary referrals and next steps upon reentry to society. During our Health Subcommittee, we also incorporated amendments from Representative Eshoo, as well as Representative Blunt Rochester and Burgess, that would continue the goal to ensure our kids have access to health care. With the addition of these amendments, this bill will help expand telehealth options for children by requiring the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to provide updated guidance, strategies, and best practices to states on how to effectively overcome barriers and to increase access to telehealth within their Medicaid and their Children's Health Insurance Program populations. In addition, it will provide clarifying guidance and best practices to states to ensure they're providing appropriate and comprehensive access and coverage of available mental, emotional, and behavioral health services for children. This bill will also incorporate provisions of the Due Process Continuity of Care Act, led by Representative David Trone, Tom Emmer, Mike Turner, and Paul Tonko. This bill will remedy a gap in Medicaid services by ensuring children serving pretrial detention are not kicked off Medicaid while awaiting adjudication. Currently, these kids are denied access to coverage even when presumed innocent. This conflicts with our constitutional right to due process, particularly when it applies to kids, which is why this policy was endorsed by the major county sheriffs and National Sheriff's Association, among others. Taken together, these common sense solutions in this bill will go a long way towards reducing recidivism in our youth population, increasing access to mental, physical, behavioral, and telehealth services for our children within schools and healthcare settings, and improving collaboration on strategies and best practices for our states. I'm proud of the strong bipartisan work that we've done on this bill and urge my fellow committee members to consider it favorably and adopt the AINS. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Ms. Custer is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I am so proud to lead the Kids Cares Act with Congressman Hudson and Hinson and offer this amendment with him. The Kids Cares Act is critical legislation to close the gap in health care that kids experience in the juvenile justice system. I have seen the difference that appropriate mental health care can mean for folks caught up in the judicial system. In Sullivan County, in my district in New Hampshire, the recidivism rate dropped from 54% to 18% when behavioral health and treatment services were brought inside the county jail. By ensuring that mental health and substance use treatment was accessible, we saw the cruel cycle of addiction and incarceration disrupted. The Kids Cares Act would ensure that children in the justice system receive a mental health screening prior to release so that they can have a fair chance at staying out of the justice system entirely. The amendment I'm offering today with Congressman Hudson to Kids Care further ensures that kids in our justice system have access to critical health care. This amendment is based on the Due Process Continuity of Care Act that I introduced with my bipartisan addiction and mental health task force co-chair, Congressman David Troen. It would end the antiquated Medicaid inmate exclusion policy for juvenile pretrial detainees. As Mr. Hudson referenced, not even considered convicted of any crime in a pretrial basis, so that they will not be kicked off of Medicaid before they're ever found guilty of a crime. This means our youth will not be stripped of their health care while they await trial. They will have access to mental health care and existing treatments that they're already receiving. This legislation will help vulnerable youth all across this country and save taxpayer dollars that currently foot the bill for inadequate health care in the justice system, leading to such a high rate of recidivism and cost to the taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Custer. Does anyone else want to speak on the Hudson Amendment in the nature of a substitute? All right, hearing none.
Oh, no, not on me.
Oh, okay. Or amendments, we will proceed to a vote on the Hudson Amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the... Oh, does that matter? Okay. All right, so the Hudson Ains is adopted, and I think we're going to go to final passage now. But so a recorded vote is ordered on H.R. 7233, and so those in favor of reporting H.R. 7233 as amended to the full House will say aye. Those opposed will say no,
Aye.
and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan.
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Ms. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer.
Aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Ms. DeGette?
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson's not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Pence?
Mr. Pence votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be? Who? All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 52 and the nays were 0.
52 ayes and no, 0 noes? Okay. So the vote on HR 7233 as amended is 52 ayes to 0 noes, and so HR 7233 as amended is reported to the full House. So the next bill we have, the chair calls up HR 623, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report that bill.
Committee print to HR 623, a bill to require certain civil penalties to be transferred to
And
a fund.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, open to amendment. Does anyone want to speak on the bill? No? Wow, okay. And are there any amendments? All right, we'll go to a recorded vote, okay. Let's get to that. A recorded vote is ordered on 623. Those in favor of reporting HR 623 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshu.
Eshu votes aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Jakowski votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes yes.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Trahan.
Cardenas votes aye.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes yes.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer.
Aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Ms. DeGette?
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Am I recorded? Kim Schreier?
Ms. Schreier is not recorded.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye.
Any other member who seeks to be recorded? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 53 and the nays were 0.
Okay, so on HR 623, the vote is 53 ayes to 0 noes, and so HR 623 as amended is reported to the full House. Next, the chair calls up HR 3771, the South Asian Heart Health Awareness Act of 2021 is forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print on HR 3771 to amend the Public Health Service
And
Act.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Ms. Schreier, did you
Yes.
want to speak on the underlying bill?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. I wanted to speak in support of HR 3771, the South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act by Reps. Jayapal and Wilson of South Carolina. Asian Americans have experienced the fastest population growth rate among all racial and ethnic groups in the United States and are projected to be the largest immigrant group in the U.S. by 2055. However, many programs and activities to date classify the South Asian population with other Asian groups as Asian American or Pacific Islander. We also know that heart disease is the leading cause of death for men, women, and people of most racial and ethnic groups in the United States. Specifically, the American Heart Association, though, has found that South Asian Americans are more likely to die of specifically coronary artery disease than other Asian Americans and non-Hispanic white Americans. So this legislation will provide grant funds to support cardiovascular health promotion and heart health research among the South Asian community, but also for other groups. And to say that this legislation is too targeted on a specific population is really not accurate, and also dismisses advances made when studies of disease in specific populations have led to medical advances for all races and ethnicities. For example, a study on high cholesterol in the Black community led to the discovery of a blockbuster cholesterol-lowering drug called Repatha, now taken by tens of millions of Americans. So lastly, let me just remind my colleagues that this bipartisan legislation is not new. Our committee considered this legislation in the 116th Congress, and it was passed in the House by voice vote. There is an urgent need for these grants and this research, and we simply can't ignore these communities, these growing communities anymore in our research and programs. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlewoman. Mr. Carter is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to discuss the South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act that Democrats have brought before us today. As a pharmacist and a lifelong healthcare professional, I support initiatives to improve our healthcare system, especially for those in ethnic and minority communities. However, I have concerns with South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act that Democrats have brought before us today. Unfortunately, this bill will not help address the cardiovascular health issues that Americans face, and might I add that particularly those of us in the South, which is known as the cardiac belt. In providing technical feedback on the bill, the CDC expressed concerns that the grants authorized under the legislation would be duplicative to their current efforts to address cardiovascular disease and disproportionately impact communities. In addition, the CDC expressed concerns that it would not be able to provide the data that the bill is mandating the agency report on. Now that my Public Health Infrastructure Modernization Act is now law, the CDC can work together with states so that they can better understand the burdens of heart disease in their own South Asian populations and other populations disproportionately impacted with poor health. As we have more data on the issue, we can better tailor our efforts to these populations. The South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act should not move forward, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I know you guys want to vote, thank you, but I just wanted to say quickly, because I know that I just wanted to, if I could express or respond to some of the concerns that Mr. Carter mentioned. So I moved to strike the last word, but I'll be brief. First, I do want to say this is bipartisan in the sense that the sponsors, Ms. Jayapal and Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, of course, is a Republican, so there are Republicans that support it. In addition to that, we broadened the bill in the last Congress because I know there were some concerns by some on the Republican side that it was too narrow. So the legislation states that it will support communities disproportionately affected by heart disease, such as South Asian communities in the U.S., and therefore it can be used to support any disproportionately affected community. And heart disease disproportionately affects many racial and ethnic groups in the U.S. and is a leading cause of death for African Americans, American Indians, Alaska Natives, Hispanic, and white men. So this legislation, stands to benefit many of these groups, in my opinion. I know that some, I heard what Mr. Carter said, but I really think that we've done quite a bit here to broaden this, to make it, not only what the sponsors wanted, but also to address some of the concerns of the CDC. So I didn't want you to think that we weren't trying. You may still oppose it, but we have tried to deal with some of your concerns, and I yield back. Does anyone else want to speak on this? If not, we'll go to a vote. We're going to have a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 3771 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Us votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan.
They won't be.
Mr. McGeechan.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McGeechan votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Ms. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes nay. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes nay. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Long?
Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon?
Hold on, guys.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer?
No.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how am I?
Recorded, Mr. Chairman.
Welch?
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Mr. Guthrie votes no.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 24.
So the vote on HR 3771 as amended is 31 ayes to 24 noes. So HR 3771 as amended is reported to the full House. And our last bill, the chair calls up HR 5585, the Advanced Research Project Agency Health Act, or the ARPA-H Act. Last but certainly not least, Ms. Eshu, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5585, a bill to establish the Advanced
Madam
Research
Clerk,
Projects.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment. Did you want to speak on the underlying bill?
Well, I appreciate your offering that, Mr. Chairman, but I think all of my colleagues have heard a lot from me about ARPA-H, so I can't add to what I've said before, and we'll just speak to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
We can proceed to that? All right. Let's go to the Ains. Recognize Ms. Eshu to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5585, offered by Ms. Eshu of California. Strike all.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Ms. Eshu is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Suffice it to say that each one of us as a member of Congress have met with hundreds, or if our tenure is a long one in the Congress, literally thousands of constituents who've pleaded for Congress to do more to address diseases, especially in the area where a diagnosis is a death sentence. Pancreatic cancer, glioblastoma, ALS, Alzheimer's. I introduced this legislation to take these deadly diseases head-on by creating the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, ARPA-H. The bill and its amendment establishes ARPA-H as an independent agency within HHS with a presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed director who would have the authority to approve and end project funding, establish milestones, and coordinate with other health agencies. ARPA-H will be outside of NIH and will embody the nimble spirit of the highly regarded and successful DARPA to pursue large-scale, high-risk projects. I really can't thank the following enough for working with me on this. To the Republican leader, Mrs. Rogers, certainly to you, Chairman Pallone, from the beginning, you have supported this. To Congresswoman DeGette, who's been a partner, to Congressman Upton, and to Congressman Burgess. Along the way, each has leaned in and brought their critique to the legislation, and we're here today on this rework, and I think that it is a stronger bill as amended. It's carefully written to define the clear authorities and mission so that it's an agency that will avoid duplication of effort in the federal government. That was a concern that was raised some time ago, or the private sector, as well as transparency requirements to ensure it responsibly spends the taxpayer funding. It breaks down the silos between federal health programs by requiring both the FDA and CMS to closely coordinate with ARPA-H. And if the new agency creates a cutting-edge treatment, FDA should be ready to review it, and CMS should be ready to make a coverage determination. I'm proud that the legislation has received widespread support from leading experts and organizations across the country, including bipartisan former officials from the NIH, CDC, the FDA, as well as respected research nonprofits, such as Friends of Cancer Research, Us Against Alzheimer's, and the Suzanne Wright Foundation. 2 months ago, the President signed into law the bipartisan Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022, which provided $1 billion, that's with a B, to establish ARPA-H. Our committee now has the opportunity to pass this act to provide the agency with the full authorities it needs to be successful from day one, and including ensuring that, again, that it will be a nimble, dynamic, and independent agency. So it's with a great deal of gratitude and more than a dose of humility that I urge my colleagues to vote for this important legislation, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo. The ranking member would like to speak on this or recognize Mrs. Rogers for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I discussed at the last markup, I've been a longtime supporter of biomedical research and innovation, including projects like the BRAIN Initiative intended to speed scientific research necessary to accelerate cures for neurologic diseases. When the concept of ARPA-H was first proposed to me, I expressed a healthy dose of skepticism. First, I did not see a clear and targeted strategic mission. An unfocused agenda surely is not a recipe for success. Second was the issue of duplication. The federal government has several agencies that advance biomedical innovation. Within the National Institutes for Health alone, we already have the National Center for Advancing Translational Science, the Cures Acceleration Network, the Common Fund, and the foundation of NIH's Accelerating Medicines Partnership Program, to name a few. Third, I was concerned that the creation of a new agency would lack sufficient transparency and oversight. My questions to supporters of ARPA-H included: how will projects be selected? How will the public be kept informed of projects and project funding? Who will be assessing for duplication of federal programs? And how will it be managed? What measure will be used to define success? What are the legislative guardrails to ensure that we are supporting American innovators? I am very pleased to say that over the past few months, Chairwoman Eshoo and her team have listened to my concerns, and we've had productive negotiations, and I believe that this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, sufficiently addresses those concerns. The amendment clearly defines the mission of ARPA-H as one that will foster the development of high-risk, transformative health technologies that are not being studied by existing public or private. ARPA-H is required to submit a strategic plan to Congress and shall subject itself to an independent review to assess the degree of duplication and overlap between it and NIH, FDA, and BARDA. The new language requires the ARPA-H director to be Senate confirmed and ensures that funding will not go towards projects that do not meet the clear specific goals of the agency. Importantly, this amendment requires ARPA-H to prioritize funding to domestic recipients conducting the research in the United States. Funding is prohibited from going to foreign recipients organized under the laws of adversarial nations, including China and the Russian Federation. And finally, the amendment provides a more sustainable authorization of funding that is in line with what has already been appropriated by Congress and more closely resembles the funding level for ARPA-E. I'm very pleased that we were able to come together. This amendment represents ENC's bipartisan record of success in moving legislation that enhances our biomedical research enterprise, and I urge its adoption.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
I'll just yield instead of taking additional time, just to say, I agree with what you just said. I know we all work together in agreement. I know we first met with all of us, several of us, with the president to try to see if we could get a pathway forward. And I wasn't sure we were going to get there, but everybody working together, Dana, Ms. DeGette, Ms. Eshoo, and Mr. Upton working on it originally, and all of us together, the staff has done so forth. So putting in congressional oversight that you did and really explicitly saying what can be researched with it, what can be part of this group, and the other ensuring that it's domestic, and if there is any international, that they have to work with domestic. I think that was well done and good work, and I appreciate everybody and everybody's staff working together, and I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield her time again? I just want to say, I really want to thank you and your staff on both sides getting this in a position where I would like to think all of us can support it. This is going to be a game changer. It really is. We're going to be allowed, and we've heard testimony from outside sources, this is going to be yet another avenue to find breakthrough drugs to solve these diseases. It's already been funded. That debate's over. It was in the fiscal year 22 appropriation bill to be in the CR for sure as it moves forward. But we want it to work. And I think that it did improve on the underlying legislation. I want to thank Chair Eshoo for what she did. I was a co-sponsor with others on the original bill, but again, I think this is an improvement. I just want to really thank everyone that was involved the last couple of months getting this ready so that, in fact, we could include this with a mighty strong vote and signal, particularly to the patient community, that we're on their side. Thank you. Yield back.
And the ranking member yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize Ms. DeGette for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I just want to echo, this is what this committee does best. Because when as Mr. Guthrie said, a number of us were in the White House, Chair Eshoo, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Upton, myself, other senators. We were there talking about this unique potential of establishing a lean, mean research machine to address the intractable issues that face us with cancer, Alzheimer's, the brain, as all of the other members have mentioned. And Mr. Upton and I, as all of you know, have been working on Cures 2.0 to try to update our successful 2016 bill, 21st Century Cures. So we, working with the White House, put an ARPA-H section in our bill. But then Chair Eshoo also took this idea and ran with it in a parallel way. So we all then came together to work for the good of every patient in America. And we put together Chair Eshoo spent countless hours working on this bill, and we all put our input in on both sides of the dais, and we were able to come up with a structure that we think is really going to work to achieve the goal. So, you know, I say this all the time, and so does Fred. Disease doesn't just pick one political party or the other. Disease hits every family in America. And it is our obligation, I think it's one of our most important obligations, with all of the advances in biomedical research that we see today, that we grab that and that we keep the U.S.'s position as the preeminent place to do research and find cures. And I think ARPA-H is going to be revelatory in that. So we're excited to work with the chair and with Chairman Pallone on this and with the ranking member, because I think it really is going to be a new endeavor that's going to be exciting. I can't finish my remarks, though, without saying that even though we have taken we intend to take our ARPA-H section out of Cures 2.0, this is very much an important bill in and of itself to update the way we deliver cures to the patients of America. And we continue, Mr. Upton and I are continuing to work out some of the final details with the administration and also with the majority and minority. We are working very closely with Chair Eshoo. And also, as she says, with Chair Eshoo's full support that this bill will become law this Congress. So hold on to your seats, because Cures 2.0 is the next thing that we're teeing up. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I will yield back.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
I would be happy to yield.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas?
Sounds like Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas?
Yes. Thank you very, very much. I just wanted to memorialize this moment of bipartisan work on behalf of the elected officials on this committee. It's unfortunate that tonight you're probably going to see where we differ or where we disagree on the nightly news or in the local papers, et cetera. And we're probably not going to hear a peep about this incredible bill, Advanced Research Project Agency Health Act, ARPA-H. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of the members who came together and insisted on the amendments that eventually became part of what this bill is in its final product on both sides of the aisle. And I also want to give a special thank you to Chairwoman Eshoo for her committed insistence on making sure that we not give up. There are many, many good things that have endured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Congresses and more that have never come to fruition. So I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Eshoo, for your tenacity. And this is going to save lives. This is truly going to be a continuance of how the United States of America can do things well, and we can actually lead the world. And this is going to be another chapter going forward of how we are going to do that. And it's not about pride. It's not about ego. It's just about doing the right thing as a country. And today we're doing the right thing as Democrats and Republicans. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who put their heart and soul into this effort. And I yield back.
I yield back.
Thank you, and Mr. Gett yields back. Is there anyone else? Dr. Burgess is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be heard on the amendment. I do want to also thank Chairwoman Eshoo for her willingness to work on this. I was concerned originally because almost unreasonable reliance on heads of federal agencies that were going to comprise some part of a super board to which this ARPA-H would be coupled. I thought that was a mistake, and I really appreciate the flexibility that is now built into the AINS. I also am so concerned about what Secretary Becerra said, that this would be on, basically co-located with NIH. That's a mistake. That's wrong. This needs to be freestanding. And look, it's not often that I agree with the Dallas Morning News, but an editorial a couple of weeks ago suggested that perhaps Texas would be a good location for ARPA-H, and even recommended that Colin Allred and Mark Vesey be champions for moving this to Texas. So I just want to be the first to say, in a bipartisan fashion, I want to support Congressman Vesey and Congressman Allred and locating the new ARPA-H in the state of Texas. I'm happy to support this, and I'm glad we got it to a good place. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I'm not getting into that. Mr. Peters is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Peters of California, by the way, for Dr. Burgess. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As we all know, President Biden proposed the establishments of ARPA-H in his fiscal year 2022 budget request. I'd like now to thank Chair Eshoo for her leadership in introducing this act and helping to move the proposal through this legislative process in such a bipartisan way. There's no better recent example of the American biomedical sector's strength than its response to the COVID-19 pandemic through development of safe and highly effective vaccines, monoclonal antibody treatments, and other therapeutics. These, along with advances in immunology and across the scientific enterprises, are revolutionary, but they're also stepping stones toward preventing, treating, and curing cancer, Alzheimer's, ALS, and other rare diseases. ARPA-H will focus on building out high-risk, high-reward research with the goal of driving breakthroughs in healthcare to help identify treatments and cures for all patients. And the structure of the current biomedical ecosystem creates a few critical gaps that ARPA-H will be able to fill. ARPA-H will deliver on unmet needs by providing use-oriented pathways for the federal government to take on more risk in the high-cost process of developing drugs and therapies. This includes supporting research that's too applied for academia and too broad for any company to fully realize its value. The missions will allow the agency to support projects that are so ambitious they would die in commercial markets because of the incentive structures built into our biomedical innovation economy. And I'm also particularly pleased that we're acting on ARPA-H today because the agency's work will complement San Diego's robust innovation ecosystem and facilitate the robust investments the federal government has made in basic scientific research over the last decade. So I'm proud that when Congress authorizes ARPA-H as part of the final user fees package, we'll begin the process of detecting, preventing, and treating cancers and diseases with the methods and platforms that might not otherwise reach patients. I'd also like to make a quick note about the mental health package we just considered. I'm excited to help pass the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act of 2022. The new Democrat coalition recently endorsed a slate of legislation to address mental health and substance use disorders, and I'm proud to see some of those bills were included in the package. And finally, I'll speak on an exciting provision in the food and drug amendments that we just reported to the full House. The provision will allow applicants for new drug approval to use alternatives to animal testing as evidential support. Once enacted, applicants will be able to submit data collected through technologies like organ chips, cell-based assays, sophisticated computer modeling, along with other human biology-based testing methods to the FDA. An organ chip, for example, is a tiny 3D chip created from human cells that look and function like miniature human organs. Those chips can be used to determine how human systems respond to different chemicals and to find out exactly what happens during infection or disease, because other animals' bodies don't respond to medicines the same ways that ours do. Different organ chips, representing heart, liver, lungs, or skin, could be linked together to create an integrated human-on-a-chip model that allows researchers to test the impacts of a substance on the human body at large. These technologies have revolutionized the speed at which we can test for the safety and efficacy of new treatments and therapeutics, and we know that there are methods more predictive of human safety than animal testing. We must strive to use them because FDA should have access to the most thorough and accurate data when evaluating whether or not a drug meets the standards for approval. I'm proud to say that researchers in San Diego are already using these methods to gain a better understanding of how the human body works and how best to achieve positive treatment outcomes. I look forward to helping this legislation move us toward cures and away from animal testing as these technologies become more widespread. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you again for holding the markup and I yield my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on this? All right. Mr. Soto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really a historic moment. The development of ARPA-H in a bipartisan fashion. It was 64 years ago that the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency was formed, developing key military technology under President Eisenhower. The nation was just out of World War II for a few years, and we knew we had to go to the next level to help protect the homeland. So now with the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health Act, we get to do this for other key issues in President Biden's unity agenda that was outlaid in his State of the Union. He talked about the struggles with cancer, with Alzheimer's, with diabetes, many issues that Central Florida families face every day, sadly. So this bill is going to accelerate innovation in health and medicine by investing in high-risk, high-reward research projects. And we're putting our money where our mouth is, with $500 million annually for the next 5 years. Medical innovation has already been astounding over the last few years since I've been in Congress and in the state legislature. COVID-19 vaccines, immunology that is advancing folks surviving cancer, emergency stroke surgeries, removing blood clots and allowing folks to get back to normal, improving quality of life, stability of families, and extending lifespans. The lesson is, with an ample amount of funding, with time and harnessing the power of American innovation, we can do many great things. We have the potential, we simply need the political will to get the job done. And with ARPA-H legislation, we have found it, and I remain hopeful that we'll move forward on many medical miracles on the horizon. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to vote. Now, we're voting still on the Ains, not on the, then we get to the final. Let's say we're going to have a voice vote on the Ains. If there's no further debate, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the issue amendment in the nature of a substitute will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We're now going to go to a recorded vote on the final passage. A recorded vote is ordered on sending HR 5585 to the full House. Those in favor of reporting HR 5585 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will, no, this is going to be recorded. And those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye. Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes yes.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes yes.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan.
Hand votes aye.
Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta.
Thank you.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone who's...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Yvette Clark. How am I recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Is there anyone else?
Mr. Schreier recorded.
Who was that?
Come in.
How is Mr. Schrader recorded?
Mr.
Schrader.
Schrader is recorded as aye.
You're an aye. Anyone
Sounds good.
else? Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Peters, how's Peters recorded?
I don't think you are.
I'm aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Anyone else? I think we've got everybody, so the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 53 and the nays were 3.
Okay, so on HR 5585 as amended, the vote is 53 ayes to 3 noes. HR 5585 as amended is therefore reported to the full House. Now, before we adjourn, let me say, you know, when we have these wonderful markups and we all praise each other, it's wonderful, but I really have to say there was a lot of work that went into this over the last few months, and I want to thank not only the members and, of course, the ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, and Chairwoman Eshoo and Ranking Member Guthrie for all their hard work, but I also want to particularly pay attention to the staff. And I don't have to mention everybody by name, but I just want you all to know they spent a tremendous amount of time on weekends, during breaks, you know, during the holidays, working to get us where we are today. And it is certainly a, you know, I know we had a lot of compliments, but it really does show how well this committee works. Not only works on a bipartisan basis, but everybody works together to try to accomplish the goal on an individual basis with their staff as well. And, you know, somebody mentioned, you know, made the contrast with the rest of the House and, you know, what goes on the floor. And I don't want to get into that, but I do think that we kind of serve as a shining example of not only working hard, but bipartisanship. So I do want to thank the staff and everybody before we adjourn. I don't know if you'd like to say something. I recognize the ranking member.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with your comments about this markup, the important pieces of legislation that we were able to bring forward today with strong votes, good debates. I join in just expressing gratitude to the members across the aisle for working working to find that common ground, and a big thank you to the staff also. The work that was done to answer every question, address every detail, late hours, weekends. There's a lot that goes on to make this happen today, and it's a tribute to their commitment to addressing these issues that are so important to the people that we have the honor of representing. And I too want to just join in thanking the staff. Since you said you weren't going to list them by name, I won't either, but I'll thank them. I know everyone wants to get out of here, but just a big thank you to all the members, all the staff that made this possible today. This is something that we can all be proud of. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee prints consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. And with that, the committee stands adjourned.